Hey everybody, good afternoon. Yalancy Peterson here. Forgive me for the darkness. This is my first time going live in a long time. Let me see. Let me turn some light on so y'all can see me. Oh goodness, what do we got here? That's a little better. Okay. Don't have to say all that much today. I have been dealing with let's say, a major computer problem, but I think I fixed it all today. And hey, the fact that I'm able to go live is a good thing. Hey, hey, it's good to see you too, AD. It's been a long time, man. We have got to catch up, and the fact that you are able to see this stream, I mean, the lighting is kind of bad. I just have a little light bulb up here. I'll get something a little better next time. Um, as you all probably know, and this is the reason why I went live, is Los Angeles is about to be hit with a cyclone. We have been issued a tropical storm warning, actually a tropical cyclone warning. Um, and you know what? Los Angeles ain't ready for this one. It was these rainstorms that we've had before. Um, Yes, I'm going to be as safe as I can, but you know what? I have a problem. I have a glass window in my spot here, and I am concerned that by the time this storm is over, this window will not be here tomorrow. Um, it can be fixed. I'm gonna move my precious computer and all the stuff out the way just in case this window pops. But there's a tree here, and the way the wind blows, it could hit this pretty bad. Um, yes, you haven't seen me live on this channel for a while because I have had major computer problems. It's a very long story, but I fixed it all today. I am coming to you with my computer. I have a brand new Mac Mini. I have Spectrum Gig service, which is working beautifully. I have a cheapy webcam I got at Best Buy about a year ago. It's only a 720p. I prefer at least a 1080. But hey, when the finances allow, I will upgrade. Ooh, wow. Excuse me. I will upgrade to a 4K camera. I have um, I have a trusty iPhone SE third generation with the brand new chip in it, so I'm very happy about that. But now I've been through a lot of computer problems, and it required me to fix everything. Oh, you're in Orlando now. Whoa. Oh yeah, you know it all well, man. You know Orlando after the hurricane. Well, see, here's the thing. From what I understand, Los Angeles has not had a hurricane remotely close in about what 90 years. So this is going to be uncharted territory for us. We have what have we had? Thanks for the comment on the webcam. I appreciate it. The lighting looks kind of dim though. It looks like y'all can barely see me. Um, but I tell you, it's yeah, the wind. We have had gusts here and there, but sustained wind is different. And we're going to have it. They're already sending the planes around in preparation for this. I heard them flying into the city, and I think now they're just not even coming. remotely over here because the, the the wind, it's going to be too much. Oh, hey, what's up, Mr. DSN? It is good to see you. I am so good. I am so happy to see the few of you that can see me. The fact that this is working, this means a lot. It really does. Um, Last time you all saw me live was when I had my stroke. That was the last time. Yeah, that was. Or was it after that? It was the last time I was really was when I had my stroke. That was 3 years ago, and then I made a series of videos while I was in the hospital. Then I think I tried to go live a couple of times when I was initially released from the hospital, when I was in between the hospital and the shelter. I don't think I did any videos while I was in the shelter, and now here we are. But this is my first time ever making a video live from the computer. I've never done it live, and now it required me to use Chrome because live streaming is not supported with Safari. So I downloaded Chrome, and then I got everything set up, and boom, I'm used to doing everything on the phone because it's just easier and faster on the phone. But I will tell you one thing I like about live is um, is live on the computer is much nicer. I get to see everybody's comments, and you get to do a whole lot of cool stuff. I get to go full screen, and it works great. I like this. I might spice it up a little more with some better stuff. Nature is nature, and I think what's going on with the planet, quite frankly, is the planet has diabetes. We've been pumping all this extra carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, and this is what we get. We're getting these crazy events. First we were dealing with the unfortunate destruction in Hawaii. Oh my goodness! And then the high pressure that's being formed by the increase in the temperature is causing all this weird stuff. It's part of the reason why we have this cyclone coming over here now. This extra this higher than normal pressure is causing hurricanes to be more intense and to last longer. And as a result, we have hurricanes forming in places that for a long time they haven't been. I was expecting a hurricane on the East Coast where they usually are. Nope, this time it's our turn to start having them. Yep, so those of you who are from the East Coast, y'all know what to expect. But LA doesn't. We're not ready for this flooding that's going to happen. We're not ready for the mudslides. We're not ready for the widespread damage that will happen as a result of this. We will be very fortunate if we don't get a lot of flooding. But there is one good thing that we do have in Los Angeles, and that is our rivers and creeks. The Army Corps of Engineers years ago, they they made all the storm channels concrete, and everything is properly done, so the water can be there's a word, but it can move away from the city quickly, so we're not flooded. Because if we did not have if the government did not do what they did back in the day, before the day, to basically make all of our rivers the way they are today, um, we would be flooded completely. Los Angeles would be flooded. So at least we have that as a great defense. Let's see, what is AD saying here? Let me see. Correct. This heat will most likely cause far more of a yeah, the high pressure is when you understand the what is the meteor the meteor the meteorologist, when you understand the dynamics. I'm trying to say the word and I can't get it out. So when the meteorological, that's what I'm trying to say, but that's not the way to say it because I added a so. But you understand, when you understand the mechanics of how a hurricane works, um, they should not be happening over here, but it can happen, and because of the rotation of the planet, um, the way that the sun rays strike the earth and heat up the water, but also with the added carbon dioxide that all the fossil fuel burning is pumping into the atmosphere, it was only a matter of time until the wind patterns changed to the point where the typhoons and the hurricanes that are, well, the typhoons that are normally over in the Far East, over in Asia, those those wind events normally dissipate over the Pacific Ocean because the ocean is cooler, and as a result, they just fall apart, and we only get a bunch of clouds. But see now, because of global warming, because the temperature rise is increasing, what it's doing is it's increasing the temperature of the water. The water is evaporating up into the air. Because the water is evaporating, it's increasing the air temperature. And when it increases the air temperature, it increases the pressure in the area. LA, we are in a weird kind of valley where everything behaves like a pressure dome in this area. That's why our pollution gets so bad, because we have what's called an inversion layer, where there's hot air on top of cold air where we are. We're where the cold air is, but there's hot air on top. Well, that hot air is pressing down on the cold air that's down here, and it's causing high pressure. When we have high pressure that rolls in, it gets hotter, and it tends to stay hotter longer here than it does in other places. Well, what's going on is that hurricane is coming towards where the low pressure is, and we have low pressure. That's how the storms move. It's due to pressure changes in the atmosphere as the planet rotates. It's very fascinating, but this is what I've learned just by watching the weather reports, especially Dallas Range, George Frischbeck, and the new guy who's at Channel 7. They really educate you on the weather. If you just watch enough over the years, it's like, wow, this is really, really fascinating. And they tell you a lot of cool information. And you learn what causes weather events. And the primary driver is with air pressure, with the temperature of the air, with the temperature the temperature of the air, the temperature of the water, um, even the speed of the wind and how it goes through. What's going to happen is as the pressure falls, the wind is going to increase, the temperature is going to fall. We're going to see the water is going to come in, and when that water starts falling, it's going to come down in solid sheets. The water, the way it's going to come down, for y'all, it's going to be unbelievable when you see it. The streets will literally go from dry to ankle deep in minutes. About 5 minutes, everybody's going to be walking around. Your shoes are going to be completely submerged. And this is a category 4. I think it's a category 3, category 4 hurricane that's breaking up. That's a lot of water. That is a lot of water. We're gonna if right now the storm they're saying the storm should be broken up to the point where it's no longer a structured hurricane. There's no longer an eye, and because of that, the water is just floating around, coming down to the ground. It's gonna be amazing. And you know the sad thing about it is none of it's gonna go to the snowpack. And the reason why is because it's too hot for the snowpack to even form. Because when it comes down, it's gonna fall down, but it's too hot down here to maintain it as ice, so it can form a good snowpack. So ultimately, what's going to end up happening is all that water is just going to flow into the ocean eventually. Um, Riverbeds that are currently dry will be raging rivers, instant raging rivers. Um, it will be fascinating, and then eventually this storm, hopefully it doesn't stall over the city, but it just continue to flow out, and hopefully it will go as high as um, in the Grand Canyon area, and it will do something to alleviate the low water conditions of the Colorado River, because the Colorado River is dangerously low. So in a way, this storm could actually be a blessing, but time will tell. But this is what it takes for the planet to correct itself. That's what it's doing. Um, so we'll see, and we'll all make it through. This has been an absolute pleasure. I've got 7 people here. I appreciate those of you who have joined me with this. Um, is there anything special y'all want me to talk about, say about, look about, think about, go about? There's a lot of stuff I would like to talk about. Have you seen any good movies? Well, believe it or not, I saw that Barbie movie. And you know what? I will have to say, it was actually pretty good. It was exactly what it was. It was entertainment. My cousin from Oakland, he lives near Oakland. It's a town called Fairfield. Um, anyway, I did not want to see the movie. I'll tell you straight up, I didn't want to see the movie. But my cousin, he wanted to go out and do stuff. So I said, okay, fine. Let's. What do you want to see? He said, well, I would love to see that. I would see that. Goodness, I want to see Barbie. I want to. I said, oh man. And I look. I have a major hate relationship with the Barbie thing right now because of what it's doing to my Alexa Show 8. When they started advertising Barbie, they also added a routine on Alexa devices on the Show 8. So every morning at 7 a.m., the theme music to Barbie comes on, and it drove me mad. I'm screaming at this thing. See, I have a different code word for my device. Instead of using Alexa, I say Echo, because hey, it prevents the TV from activating it all the time. So I'm like Echo, exit, Echo, exit, exit, stop, Echoes. It was, and I'm like, I hate this movie. I hate everything about it. I hate all the money they're throwing at this. They're insisting. They're pushing it on me. I can't stand it. So even then, it just beep right now because it hurt me. So when my cousin told me he wanted to go see Barbie, I'm like, man, they they just want me to see this movie. So I said, okay, fine. Let's go see the movie. At least I'm not paying for it. Because he paid for everything. I mean, hey, I had a great time at the movies. Saw Barbie. He paid for parking. He bought me the popcorn and a pizza. What else did we do? That pizza, that, so pay for parking, pay for the movie, pay for pizza, pay for it's a Sprite alternative. I forgot the name of it, but it's this new name they give it. I forgot. Starry is what it is. Yeah, Starry. Bought a Starry. Shouldn't have ate it. You want to stay away from high fructose corn syrup. But hey, we're in the movies. You do it, you know? And I'm watching this film. I will say this about the film. The guy who played Ken, what was his name? I got mad respect for him. He put in the work, and he was truly the perfect kid. I mean, hey, he came correct for that role. I'm like, okay, dude. First of all, he came in. He was worked out. Those abs were tight. I'm like, damn, dude, you were serious about this movie. He's very serious. So, um, I could go back to streaming every day now that I finally got it working. This is a good thing. So, we'll see. I need to turn on my air conditioning. This is getting hot. Man, this light, this is a 150-watt bulb, and it puts out some serious heat. I'm gonna turn this thing on. Um, I tell you what, if y'all tell me y'all want me to start streaming every day, I will go back to yeah, Ryan Gosling. Hey, Ryan Gosling earned his money for that film. So he was perfect. I mean, dude, he brought it. Now, I will say a couple of things. It was really good. For people that love Barbie, for people that hate Barbie, for people that disagree with it, they don't like Mattel, they don't like Warner Brothers. I'm gonna tell y'all something. They made a good movie. They really did. I mean, the most impressive thing that really stood out to me with the film. Um, the first thing that caught my attention was one of the smallest things, was when it's something that Warner Brothers does now for all the movies that they distribute. Um, they changed the way the logo looks. So when it came up and it was white with the pink in the background, I said, okay, they serious about this. They ain't joking around, because the last time they really did that was when you see the Matrix and how they redo the logo for the Matrix. I love how they made that happen. Uh, Let me see, Teddy. What's up, Teddy T6? I'm doing well, man. I'm talking about the Barbie movie of all things. I like how they did that, and then when the movie started and how they everything was Barbie land. I'm like, okay, they really did. They really made everything Barbie land. Uh, and they made everything period correct too. They had the right Barbie Corvette. The house was done right. Malibu Barbie. All the previous Barbies that were around and discontinued, they had them all in. I'm like, wow, they really did a good movie. And you know what? And I understand that, because you know what? I will say this. Barbie is not a guy movie, okay? It's really not. Barbie is like a cultural movie. See, me when I was a little boy, I played with Tonka toys, okay? My mom bought me all the Tonka toys I wanted, because that's what I wanted. I wanted boy things. I had Tonka. I didn't get the race car set that I wanted. What else did I want when I was a kid? I didn't get a race car set, but I got a computer. I got a bike. I had a nice bike too. I actually had two bikes, um, computer, and I had Tonka toys. I had the fire truck and the dump truck. Those are the two that my mom got me when I was a kid. Um, so no, Barbie and all like that. That stuff was for girls. I no. The one thing I did not get was my thing. But hey, I'm gonna tell you about that movie though. If you are a person who just wants to see a movie and you wanted something that was good, hey, I didn't want to see the movie and I certainly didn't want to pay for it. My cousin wanted to see it and he paid for everything. He dragged me along because he didn't want to see the movie by himself, but he wanted to. I said, okay, cool. But by the time we by the time the movie was done, I was actually happy that I saw the film. I really was. It was a good film. I disagreed with Margot Robbie being cast originally because I'm thinking, you know what? She's too old. She ain't too thin enough. She doesn't have that Barbie thing. I'm like, the perfect Barbie to me in today's society is Paris Hilton. Come on. But you know what? After watching the movie, Margot Robbie was actually perfect for the role. She really was, because they were telling you about a reality to Barbie that a lot of people kind of forget about. Barbie's old now, you know, and so what they did was they made it realistic. Someone who's imaginary but made it realistic. The way when they say, Hollywood is magical and all like that, well, I'll tell you, this movie is one of those things that actually truly made it magical. Three special moments in the film that you'll find very interesting. I like the fact that they did a lot of stuff in Century City. That was really cool. The building that they used as Mattel headquarters. I know the building, and I'm trying to remember where that building is, but I know the building because I've seen it. And I don't think it's in downtown LA. I think the building is in Century City. Um, but that building, I think it's a Bank of America tower, but I'm not certain about that. But oh yeah, Barbie being the highest grossing movie ever. And that movie was a big test for a lot of people. It was a test for the strength of the Mattel brand. It was a test for the strength of Warner Brothers, especially after coming off of the losses they suffered with The Matrix. And it was a test for the strength of women dominated films, like in this particular one right here. Um, there there were a couple of lines that blew completely over my head when I saw them, but when I saw people give their takes on some of the stuff, what surprised me about the film were the number of male celebrities who agreed to be in this film and do cameos. Um, One in particular was was what was that fool's name? Y'all know him. He's trying to get in every film. John Cena. He was in the film. I'm like, okay, he's finally trying to do another redo his movie star role, and he should. I mean, come on, he's not exactly the top notch actor, so hey, he can act a whole lot better than me. But he was in the film, and he had a quick role. And then there was another. Oh, what's that fool's name? Y'all know Vin Diesel. I was shocked he was in the film, but the line he said, I wonder if he knows what he really said, because black folk who understand, oh, Ken, he's family. If he really knew what he said, um, and he completely agreed to do it, that was bold. That was very bold. Very, very bold. And, you know, for those people where, family matters, the name, the word, the term, it was kind of cool. So, but I will say, um, America Ferrara. I think I got her name right. Ferrara. Y'all probably know her best. She did the American version of Ugly Betty. Her monologue is right up there with the monologue that Meryl Streep did when she did The Devil Wears Prada. I'm telling you, um, America Ferrara, she has to be recognized for that monologue. She has to be, because she nailed it. Not only did she get it right, but she made sure that the audience felt it, and that's important. When you have monologues like that and you can feel it, that monologue was amazing. And I give her total props on that one right there. So the whole storyline of America Ferrara and how they had her do her thing, um, and then of course the originator of Barbie, she was in the film. That was that. What they're doing is they took a page directly out of Marvel by having when what's his name, I can't believe it. Um, the creator of the comics. His name is on the tip of my brain. And Stan Lee. When Stan Lee, he has some black ancestry. Yes, there you go, Stan Lee. Who has some black hand? Black, Christine, good to see you again. I do hope you're doing. Hey, Christine, how you doing? I'm doing pretty good. I've worked pretty hard to get to this point right here. I figured this is a good time to test it out, because they're telling us that they're expecting service outages for a lot of stuff. We're going to lose cell phone service, um, probably going to lose internet service. Um, and I'm like, oh yeah, I got the home phone line and everything. No, my home phone line is part of the internet service, so I'm going to be completely cut off. This will be very fascinating. Um, oh yeah, Vin Diesel. Oh, come on, Vin Diesel. Yeah, of course he has African American inside of him. That's a brother. What you talking about? You know, you know, he's what, I forgot what they high yellow. That's what they call him. Nah, Vin Diesel's cool, man. Come on, Vin Diesel's a superhero. He does his thing. Um, The Rock, he's a superhero, but I don't think The Rock was in the film. Uh, but still, the fact that he was there, because when I first saw the film, I didn't recognize him. Like, that guy looks familiar. That guy looks familiar. And then someone used the name that he used of the character he portrays in the Fast and the Furious, and when he said Totoro, it's like, you know what? That was Vin Diesel. I knew it. And for him to deliver the line, "Oh, Ken, he's just family." When he said that, I'm telling y'all, That was a very strategic line. It was a quick thing. And I don't even think Vin Diesel understood what he said. And see, here's the thing. For people who are into the Fast and the Furious, well, they always said family all the time. So for them, it would go right over their heads. But see, for black folk, especially for when you look at who Ken was supposed to be and who the other Kens are, and when you look at the context of he saying, "Oh, Ken, he's just family," you understand the significant nature of that line right there. And I'm like, ooh, they really said that. I can't believe it. That was a big deal. Um, so ultimately, when everything is said and done, they addressed everything in the film. They went after the people who hate Barbie. They went after the people who love Barbie. They went after the people who think Barbie's too woke. They think Barbie is nothing but what is it? Celebration of the Caucasian race. I mean, look, they addressed it all. They addressed everything. People who think Barbie's too woke, they went there. I mean, I'm like, wow. It was, for me, it was the most surprising film I've ever seen. It really was the most surprising film I've ever seen. So, and that was a film that everybody involved needed. They needed that film to produce the results that it did. Um, it's going to be interesting, and it's going to be fascinating to see what Mattel will do with this, because Mattel, they were looking into it because of they have a vast treasure trove of toys, of entertaining kids over the years. And you talk about creating live action versions of their toys into into movies to effectively replicate what Marvel did. And ooh, that's gonna be huge. The next movie that Mattel wants to do, it'll be very easy for them to get it greenlit because everyone took a huge chance on this. Let me see. Barbie was a well kept woman. Barbie is more than well kept. I mean, comedian Adele Gibbons said that she was a rich, yeah, I wouldn't use the B word, but it is funny that in that extent. Of course, Barbie is was beyond Barbie is beyond a well kept woman. Okay. Um, I don't even want to have that conversation, but Barbie exemplified everything. And that's why Barbie was so either loved or hated when it comes down to it. I mean, hey, Luis, what's up, man? I do not drive rideshare whatsoever. Let me tell you about how I feel about rideshare when it comes down to it. Um, rideshare is legalized RICO. That's what it is. That's no way to say it. It is legalized. It is it is it is an enterprise designed to take from the poor and enrich the wealthy, not the rich, the wealthy, because that's who invested in the program. The rich take advantage of it, but the wealthy are the ones who are being enriched by it. There is nothing equitable about right. Look, I am, let's just say I am more than disgruntled. I am more than unhappy. I am more than angry. I am more than infuriated by rideshare and what it has done. It has it has created a true division of the haves and the have-nots. It is creating more for the haves, and it is taking everything away from the have-nots. It is, in effect, what it's doing, it is robbing the have-nots from the opportunity to be a have. Why? Because now what they've done is they've created a climate where it is very difficult for the true independent driver to achieve a reasonable standard of living for themselves, because they're constantly fighting against the unsustainably low rates that the companies are pushing out. The reason why these companies can maintain low rates for their customers is because they're not paying for the infrastructure necessary to make the low rates happen. Yeah, sure, they're paying for the employees at the corporate headquarters. They're paying for the engineers who work on the computers. They're paying for the internet services, the programmers who constantly maintain the software that keeps it going. I mean, come on. Those software programmers, those software engineers, those software architects, they are probably making at least $150,000 a year. That's what it takes to get them to work the hours and to um, do the programming, the work necessary to keep the rideshare company afloat. But then, of course, the company has the rent that they're paying. They have the benefits that they're paying for the employees, the various taxes, and then they have the investors that they need to keep happy. But the big problem is, see, they they are avoiding the two biggest expenses in this, the three biggest expenses in this business: acquiring the vehicles, paying for the fuel, the gasoline, the electricity, the hydrogen, and paying for the replacement, the maintenance and replacement of the vehicles. Because if they were truly paying for this service, the rates would not be anywhere near what they are today. And they wouldn't be paying the drivers as little as they are paying them. By, what is the word I'm looking for? But by taking advantage of independent contractor um, guidelines in other states, they are getting away with they're getting away with the worst. They really are. And as a result, um, the company is saying that they care about the drivers, but they really don't. No, they really don't. They care about the investors. That's what they care about. The key is, as long as the investors are made happy, then everything will continue the way it is. The situation is such that they are not able to raise the rates. What they will do is they will continue. My belief is that they will continue to drop the rates for as long as they can. I believe what the companies are trying to do now, they're trying to make it such that the only money that they will collect from the drivers is the money they need to keep the service going and to make a reasonable amount of profit to keep the shareholders happy, to keep the share price stable, so it can remain on the stock market. But if it gets off the stock market, no problem, because if the people who are who are responsible for the company have done the right thing, they have enough cash on hand. So if the share price dips below um, $1 a share, they have enough money to take the company back to being private again. They're smart. They have money sitting away somewhere in another currency, and when the shares get down to $1, they can take the company share just before it's delisted, and they can go back to being private again. But I believe what the rideshare companies are trying to do is they're trying to make it so that the only way the drivers will be able to make any money is if the customers pay tips. See what I think they're going to do? They're going to move to a subscription-based model because everything is moving to subscription-based. Think about it. Cars are getting so expensive that people are now renting cars, which means they're leasing them or renting them. And what is a lease or a rental? It's a subscription. Whether you subscribe to a car for a day or 36 months, it's a subscription. Adobe, they have moved to a subscription-based model because if you look at what the full price is for their software to own it and not have to worry about buying it over and over again, it's just cheaper to pay them $30 a month to use the full suite of all their software. And as long as you keep that going, it's all right. It's cheaper for a person to, like what I did with my iCloud. Computers are so expensive. Why should I have to spend um, $4,000 on a machine that has a terabyte of memory on it when I can get the cheapest machine that will go fast enough and simply pay Apple $40 a month for 2 terabytes of online storage, and it works the same way. Everything is moving to subscriptions, and rideshare will be no different. They're already telling people join Uber One, join Lyft Plus, or whatever they call theirs is, or so. Pay this flat rate, and you ride as much as you want. But here's what's going to happen: that subscription model is going to go into two other categories. It's going to go to the drivers. If you want to drive on Uber, now this is what happens. You have to pay Uber a subscription to access their platform. Remember, they call it a platform. It's not called a network, it's called a platform. They call the company Uber Technologies for a reason. So now, if you want access to customers who use the Uber platform, you're going to have to pay a monthly subscription fee. And now you won't be paid based on per mile, per minute, boost or whatever, surge and all that kind of stuff. You will be paid based on what the customer tips. Your revenue will be dependent entirely on tips. The customer All they're going to pay is the 19.95 a month for unlimited rides for whatever car to come to pick them up to take them to it, because you know what, they would rather pay 19.95 a month. I'll tell you in a second, Uber Donnie. That's what they're going to do. Watch what's going to happen. You know who predicted this? The person who predicted this was the gentleman who initially ran Trip, Transportation as a Service. He knew what he was talking about. Uber Donnie asking, Peterson, are you working anywhere? Did you start stock trading? Uber Donnie, I am not working right now. I am disabled. I was working, but I unfortunately lost that job. I tried reapplying to the job. It didn't work out. I had a temporary gig here and there. That's how I'm able to pay for all this wonderfulness. But right now, I'm not working anywhere. What I may end up doing is I might decide I'm thinking about going all in, and I mean all in with YouTube. Start doing product reviews because I gotta do something, and I don't know if working from home will actually work for me. Um, my sister, she does work from home, and it works pretty good for her, but I don't know if it will work well for me. The one thing I like about YouTube is it gives maximum flexibility. And what I'm thinking, what I really need to do is I need to be content with making $100, $200 a month on YouTube, and then grow from there. And I need to take maximum advantage of the two things that make money on YouTube: product reviews, car reviews, stuff like that. So I'm doing what I need to do to move to that point because I need to. And let's just face it, after having my time the way I've had it now, um, going back to going back to a job where I have that obligation on me, I failed too many times at that, and it gets to a point where you it's adapt or die, and I don't want to die, which means give up. I don't want to do that. So I need to say, okay, I need to start somewhere somehow with and I basically have the tools now. I have a new computer, I have a new phone, I have my webcam, um, I have YouTube slash Gmail, Google, and I have enough of a presence online to where it's like, oh, I can make this work. Um, all right, so let's see. I haven't seen the new $300,000 Mustang. Um, I'm trying to figure out why I saw a preview for it. It was called the GTD. It's like, what does the D mean? I'm like, okay, I'm not crazy, but I will tell y'all about one car in just a second, because when I saw this, I'm like, oh no, I can't believe they are doing this. I cried when I saw it. My cousin bought me the magazine, and I'm like, I haven't even read the article yet. Uh, Let me see. I haven't started oh, rideshare. Lisa, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Oh my goodness. Okay. Rideshare Lisa. Oh, you hooked me up. Thank you. Oh, I got you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Um, Let me see. Teddy D6 T6. I am planning on starting my own fleet with private clients. That is my plan B. I wish you I wish you well, man. I really do. You've got a challenge ahead of you. You really do. Be strategic with your business because it's gonna be tough. And what Uber has done is they have conditioned the market to want low rates. The lower the better, because that's what they're doing. They're transferring their expenses to the drivers so they can save money for their pocket. I mean, who? God bless you. The programmers and the CEO and the shareholders are the ones cleaning up. Yes, they are. Um, I really miss Travis Kalanick. Well, Travis Kalanick was the one who started all this the way it was. He was the one who made everything the mess it was, and they're continuing on. I already knew that things were not going to get any better with the new guy. Um, Travis, under Travis, the pay was better, but the thing was, his objective was to get the company to the point where it is now to be publicly traded. Look, the stock market is nothing more than just people swapping debt. That's all it is. That's all it is. The only company that's able to truly get themselves out of whatever they're dealing with when everything is said and done is big company. Look, if it hits the fan, I mean, if it really hits the fan, there are only a few companies that will be alive. Everybody else will be bankrupt and broke because the debt is too much. Apple. Apple has enough money to where they can buy every outstanding share of their company, remain public, and still keeping things going the way they are. Why do you think Apple charges as much money as they do for these phones? And why they give everyone the best? Because they are making very handsome profits. And they're pushing that money to the side, and they're keeping it, and they're holding it to ensure that what happened to them when Steve Jobs was gone the first time doesn't happen again. Steve Jobs brought that company back from bankruptcy and now made it the wealthiest company in the world. And better believe they're not going to repeat that mistake again. He gave them a complete blueprint of what to do. And this thing called Apple Vision, guess what? That is Steve Jobs written all over it. All of it is Steve Jobs written on it. Apple moved away from Intel and pushed their own chips because they had to, because they could not depend on another computer chip, another microprocessor manufacturer to do what they needed to do to bring Apple Vision to reality. They couldn't do it. They needed to do it completely in-house. And the thing is this, unlike any other company before, this thing that Apple has with Apple Vision, it will absolutely revolutionize computing. It really will because of what it will do. And no, Tim Cook is not a visionary. Steve Jobs was a visionary. The Apple Watch was from Steve Jobs. Tim Cook was given the responsibility of releasing it because Tim Cook knew what it would take to actually create the device and make it happen because he was the supply chain guy. He knows how to get the parts together to bring them all together and to make it happen. For Apple Vision to happen, they needed to just simply wait for technology to catch up. And it has because of what they're able to do. Now, I'll talk about that later. We got off on that. But I will tell you about this. Apple getting into electric cars, making electric cars. Um, that will be fascinating. Um, in a way, Apple is already making electric cars because basically, think about it. What is a car? When you really look at a car, it's an assemblage of metal, plastic, glass, maybe some wood, rubber. You have various magnetic components, batteries. All they're doing on the big scale and on the small scale, when you really think about it, if there's one thing Apple knows about, They know about precision engineering. When you take your iPhone out of its case, what are you looking at? You're looking at a piece of equipment that is highly precise in measurements, highly precise in temperature tolerance, highly precise in impact tolerance, highly precise in what it can do for a number of years. I have an iPhone 6S Plus. I've had this phone since it was brand new. That phone is over 10 years old. Apple knows how to make durable products. They know how to make batteries. Every single thing that is in a car, Apple knows how to do it. They've been doing it for years already. It's called the phones. The haptic engine that makes all the vibrations happen or so like that, that is no more different than a wheel turning. It just turns really fast for a limited amount of time. Apple's already been making cars for the longest. All what people are worried about when it comes down to Apple, they're worried about two things. They're worried about how will it look. Will it look good or won't it? Who is going to design this car? Who is going to make it look good? Um, they'll probably outsource the first design to a design house like Pininfarina, or maybe they'll go to Calty Design, to do, someone who they know, guaranteed, someone who is guaranteed to make a fabulous looking car that is so. If Apple comes out with an Apple car, it will have the same impact as the Lexus SC400 did when it came out. Everybody had to have that car. That was the hottest looking thing, and they didn't care who made it. They just had to have it. Well, it's going to have to be something like that. But as far as the car itself, hey, it's like that. Hey, Mister, hey, good to see you too, man. I'll catch you next time. Um, oh, you still have your first iPhone? I had my first iPhone for a long time. A first generation. I had two first generation iPhones, and then I had and then I didn't get the then from the first generation iPhone, I had a iPhone 3G, and then there was the iPhone 4, and I had my iPhone 4, 4S. That's what it was, not a 4, but a 4S, because I've learned to buy the S model, because the S model was the one that fixed all the problems for the regular model. So I never had a 5. I skipped the 5 altogether. They were having issues with the 5. Um, but when the 4, and then the 4, it came out and did that. But when the 4S came out, that was of all the iPhones I've had, I will have to say the 4S was the best iPhone ever. No problems, reliable, it did the job perfectly. And it lasted for a long time. Then they came out with the iPhone 6 and the 6S. The 6S was the second best phone that Apple came out with. And then what made it even better was when the 6S Plus came out. And when the 6S Plus came out, that phone, it was I believe the longest supported phone from Apple. They just recently updated it with the very last iOS update to the phone. But my 6S Plus, I've got two of them, and they're both still working great. They both underwent a battery replacement several years ago when they were having issues with the batteries spontaneously catching fire. So Apple replaced both batteries under warranty. Um, my 128 gigabyte phone, the NFC isn't working on it, but the 16 gigabyte model, it's working okay. The 16 gig model, I really can't do anything with it now because it doesn't have enough memory to do anything. Now you need 64 gigabytes to start with an iPhone. Um, After that 6S Plus, the next phone I bought after that, because I never got a 10, and I did get an 11 Pro Max, but I kept that phone for a short period of time. I gave that phone to my mom. When the 12 came out and 5G was released, I had to have it. So I went out and I got the 512 Pro Max, and I had the 12 Pro Max for the longest. Um, I didn't get a 13, and we're currently on the 14. What I'm planning on doing now is getting is to upgrade to a 15 Pro Max, or whatever they're going to call it. Whatever the top of the line phone is, they're saying there's supposed to be a 15 a 15 Ultra, titanium body and all kinds of stuff, solid state buttons, no lightning, no USB-C, everything is wireless. Um, but whatever that 15 is, whatever the top of the line version is, I will get one. I have learned just from my experience with this iPhone SE that I have. I It gets to a point where you realize there's some things you get used to, like optical zoom, lots of memory, the wireless charging, the bigger screen. Um, what else? Even though the Touch ID is nice on the SE, I really I got used to Face ID. But I tell you, when it comes for Apple Pay, I actually prefer using the Apple Watch for Apple Pay. It's simpler, faster. Just wave it and you're done. Um, Now, let's see a couple of things about the VinFast cars. What do I think about VinFast cars? I know Mr. I he went away, but I'll say this about VinFast. I love the way the VinFast cars look. They look fantastic. Um, oh yeah, Uber Donnie. I'm in Uber Donnie, Rideshare Lisa. I am in Los Angeles. I'm in LA. Oh, Rideshare Lisa is in New York. Ooh, then Rideshare Lisa, you could tell me what we're going to be expecting when we come out here with this. Uh, oh, for high school, for junior high, I went to where did I go to junior high? I went to uh, you know, I would like to say that, but I'm gonna tell you something. There are certain questions I've learned not to answer online. So even though I like you, the reality is I don't know you, and those are um, those are security sensitive questions to answer. Um, so I respectfully have to decline to answer those questions. It's just, hey, you know what? When it comes down to it, this is the internet. It's what it is. I'm a nice guy, but I also have to be wise when I'm online. Um, but yeah, born and raised here. I tell you what, if we meet in person, I'm more than happy to tell you where I went to high school and junior high school from. No thing. It's easy. But those two particular questions, those are a couple of questions you don't want to answer online. You just don't. Um, about the VinFast cars, I like the way they look. I haven't actually seen the VinFast cars in person. I've seen the pictures of them, and I like the way they look. I think it's really cool that they're getting involved with. The company is based in Vietnam, and apparently it is the biggest Vietnamese, um, the largest Vietnamese company. And I believe that if they're successful in America, that it will do good for them. They will replicate the success that the Japanese have had when they introduced cars to the United States. Because remember, Toyota cars were crap when they first came out, and now look at where they are. Korea. when Hyundai first came out, remember the Hyundai Excel, and everybody had to have a Hyundai Excel because. But hey, those cars, they were crap too, and for the longest, Hyundai was in the crapper, and now look at where they are. I just sat in a Palisade the other day, and I'm gonna tell you, I was blown away with the quality of that vehicle. I mean, I mean, it was nowhere near as big as the Tahoe and the Suburban were, because those are American vehicles and they are bigger and larger. But I will tell you, for what Hyundai is offering in the Palisade and in the Telluride, those are nice cars. They're doing really good, and I believe that VinFast will be successful as well too. They pushed out a product. They rushed it to market, and people are disappointed with it. But see, here's the thing: the way electric cars are, it is easier and cheaper to get involved with electric cars than it ever was in an internal combustion cars. I know one thing that will put them on the map, guaranteed. Um, the battery. Um, Cover the battery forever. Just cover the battery. If you buy a used VinFast vehicle, you get a brand new battery in the car. It doesn't matter where you got it from, who you get it from, as long as you show proper trailing of the car. You get when you trade in a VinFast, and you buy a pre-owned VinFast, you get a brand new battery. Another thing, when if you keep let's say you keep a VinFast for over past the warranty period, then what they'll do, they'll put another battery in the car for you. They'll give you a free upgrade the battery, and they'll do that. If they do that, I guarantee you, folk gonna buy them cars like crazy. They want, as long as, because see, all the other stuff that's going wrong with the car, those are software issues. Cover that battery, because see, the motor will last. I'm not even worried about the motor because they're outsourcing the motor. So the motors are going to last. The little things that are going to go wrong with the electric motors, they have figured that stuff out because they've been working on electric motors for 100 years. So they know what it takes to make um, reliable electric motors that will last 1 million miles. They proved that with electric trains. These trains that are running up and down in LA, going all over the place, them trains got 2 and 3 million miles on them already, and they're running reliably. So if there's one thing they can do, they can make a reliable motor, electric motor. The batteries, those are consumable. They have to deal with those batteries until they get to where they can make the graphene batteries large scale, where they don't have to worry about the explosion risks of the lithium ion, and they can last long, like the lead acid batteries, or they come out with a different type of technology. That's what they do. Give people assurance on that battery, because everything else is what it is. Um, what kind of car are you driving now? Right now, I have a 2002 Mercedes-Benz E320. I bought it intentionally to be my last gasoline car. When we were given our PPP money, um, I kept what money was not taken from me to pay back taxes. I kept, because now one thing I can say, when the money was sent to me, um, the federal government and the state of California, they came looking for their money, and the federal government immediately took their money out, and then the state of California came and they took their money too. Um, and what I was left with, I had enough money to buy that car. Of all the cars I bought, that was the smartest move I ever made. It really was. I paid $5,000 for it. And I'm very fortunate. I'm very blessed to have this car. That car was a one owner California dealer maintained car. That car is over 20 years old. And to find a Mercedes E320, a 2002 E320, which is the last year they made the W210 body, to find a California owned car with one owner with no rust in immaculate condition for $5,000 with a right now the car has 168,000 miles on it and it runs great. But what gave me the confidence to buy that car was I got it from a Mercedes dealer. They probably paid next to nothing for the car. It was a trade-in. I don't think they got it from a dealer auction. It was more than likely it was a dealer. It was a trading for someone who traded it for a new Mercedes, and they sold it to me for $5,000. And they were looking at a percentage increase in profit. So they probably made a 200% profit on the car, which I was happy to pay. No, you wouldn't find a car like that. If you look online and you look at the E320s, 2002 E320s, or even the W210, 1996 to 2002, most of the cars you're going to see, they have a ton of miles on them. They have the vehicle condition is very poor. Um, they have significant cosmetic damage. And then the ones that did survive, those years, Mercedes suffered a lot of problems with corrosion protection on their vehicles. They inadequately protected the cars. The corrosion protection barely got the vehicle to 100,000 miles because after that, the cars were literally rolling rust buckets. Hey, it's no longer under warranty after 100,000 miles. Car will not last forever. That's just how it is. It's metal, and so you don't see many of these cars around because they all rust out. Cars in the snow belt, and cars where they use salt on the roads. They don't use salt on the roads here in LA, in California. In the West, we don't use salt, mainly because it doesn't snow like that out here. And even when it does snow out here, it's not wise. And I'm not going to drive a car on snow. They just tell you out here, look, just put change on the car, or don't do it. And we don't like driving in the well, those who do drive, but we're not going to drive in the snow out here. So no. But no, so I'm very thankful for my car because I don't have to worry if I get my main reason for buying the car was because I was worried about getting hit by a bus or by a train or something real heavy, and I want to be able to survive the accident. If I were in a 2002 Toyota, I wouldn't survive the accident. In a Mercedes, I have a stronger shot of doing that. And I didn't want something gigantic like a classic S class. Um, so hey, that's what I got. Let's see. Good. So we can meet for lunch. Oh, absolutely, David. Oh yeah, David. What's up? Yes, yes, yes. We can. Yes, we can. Yes, yes, David. We can definitely meet for that. Top speed reviews. Man, it has been so long since I have seen you. How have you been? I'm doing good, man. It is. I'm glad. I'm glad. I'm glad. I'm so happy to see you, man. I'm bringing everybody back together. This feels great, man. How have you been? I know you didn't get that BMW. You started driving for Uber again, and you started driving as of March. Wow. Hey, man, be brave out there, man. I'm wishing you all the best. Let me see how what the weather is. Okay, it's still sunny outside. It hasn't hit yet. Still got nice clear skies. Yep, calm before the storm. That's what's going on. Wow, I'm doing all right, man. I'm glad you were done. Yeah, David, we can meet up for lunch at any time. I couldn't afford the BMW. The compare it would have been even. Uh, for Indian. Oh yeah, the look that BMW. You avoided a major bullet. I think I told you to stay away from that car. You were very smart to stay away from that vehicle. You know, no, the engines in that seven. I think you had a 745. Nah, you're looking for a nightmare. If you wanted to live a nightmare, take that car home. If you are looking to live a nightmare, I'm telling you, you take one of the BMWs home. You want a BMW that's under warranty. As simple as that. Uh, I haven't heard from Dave the Uber slave in quite a while. I think he sent me an email, but I was unable to respond to him. But I haven't heard from him in a while. Oh, let me see. Let me see. Are you in touch with David Uber Slave? He started posting again, then stopped. I remember you guys did a video together. Yes, we did a video one time together before I had my stroke. That was when I was still active with rideshare. We met up at a rideshare United meeting, and we did a quick video together. And um, he last time I saw him, he was doing good. I think he's doing all right now. Um, but no, I haven't talked to Dave since then. Um, and the other, what's her name? She helped me. She was awesome to me. Um, I remember her name in a moment because it's on the tip of my brain. But she was great too, and I haven't spoke to her in a while either. But she was great. Um, yes, Paula, Paula. Yes, Paula. I wonder how she's doing. She was fantastic. She 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 was an angel. She really was. She helped me so much during that time. That was right when my Jeep was repoed and I was stranded in Palm Springs. And then when I came back out to when I had to sell everything I had to buy the ticket to get back to LA, and she had a room available for me, and I was able to start renting a car through Maven, and I had that Chevy Bolt, which I loved. Oh, that little boat was amazing, and tried to get myself back on my feet with Maven, and then Maven ended up GM ended up pulling the plug on Maven, but they used Maven to push out the vehicles that they're rolling out now for the electric car vehicle fleet. So what General Motors is doing, I'm very impressed with it. Yeah, that BMW 750, that rear suspension was sagging because those air springs were going out. And I'm gonna tell you, those air springs, well, at least on the one that I had, those air springs were 4,500 a piece. And I don't think that car only had two in the rear because it had the rear suspension for the rear, to the air suspension for the rear. The front end had your standard coil suspension, but see now the 7 Series is four corner or air suspension. And I personally, I mean, air suspensions are nice, but as far as I'm concerned, they're really not worth the hype. They just aren't. I wasn't all that impressed with the ride. It was too fussy because it always wanted to put it in comfort mode, and I wanted it in sport mode. Um, they will tout all the reasons why you want an air suspension or a hydro pneumatic suspension, but the problem with these cars is what it costs to maintain these services, to pay for the fluid changes and keep them um, working optimally. They're beautiful when they work, but when they don't, and they start ripping multiple holes in your wallet, they're not worth it. Coils and springs have done the job great, and you know what? Feeling the road is part of the deal when you're driving a car. So trying to isolate me from the and create, trying to isolate me from the imperfection in roads to create this ride that's not realistic. Let's see. No, the short wheelbase model. We for BMW today, the 7 Series is only available as a in the long base model and as the long wheelbase model now. And I think what's going to happen moving forward, the 7 Series will only be a premium model that is a long wheelbase car, and for the 7, it won't be a long wheelbase. Um, if you want a short wheelbase 7, you get a 5. And that's how BMW is starting to position it now, especially now that everything is moving to electrification. When you look at what BMW is doing with the i7 and now what they're coming out with the i5, um, I am looking forward to the i5. I think BMW and what they're doing with their plans to go electrified is better than what Mercedes is doing with their EQS. Um, the EQS seems nice, but it's not a proper S class. It just isn't. I mean, it just looks nice, but I understand what they're doing. So what they're doing is they're creating a whole new line. The EQS is really an alternative for people who want a Tesla. So it's the EQs are totally different, and those cars are aimed specifically at people who want Teslas. People who want a Mercedes S Class, they're not getting an EQS. Eventually, an electric S Class will come out and they will do the S Class justice. But that EQS, it's just what it is. It's an EQ. It's not a standard S Class. And Mercedes has too much brand equity in the S name not to make an electric version of it eventually. They just don't. So I think what's going to end up happening is the EQS is going to follow the same way that the CLS followed. The CLS originally was supposed to be a Maybach, and then they decided to make it a premium E-Class, and that's essentially what the CLS is. It's a premium E-Class. Well, the EQS is its own standalone electric brand. The S-Class is something that stands alone. Gasoline motors are on the way out. I mean, look, Mercedes isn't making their V12 anymore. BMW isn't making their V12 anymore. Soon, Rolls-Royce is going to start making theirs too, um, and they will complete that when the new when the replacement for the Phantom comes out, because they will come out with a new Phantom, unless they decide to discontinue the Phantom altogether and make a Spectre, they make the Spectre sedan, which they could do because Rolls Royce did have a Phantom coupe, and they had the Phantom, and then they had the extended wheelbase Phantom. They may say, hey, we're going to take the Phantom out, and we're going to everything will now be the Spectre. So we will see. I thought you said the S Class windshield was too close and the dash was closer than the 7. That was for the 220, I think the 223 S Class. That was the one that had the rounded back and all like that. For the current S Class, the 224 that's out, which I forgot what the number of the current S Class is. The current S-Class that they have out now, that car is perfect. I mean, it took me a second to get to wise to get to like the rear end, but as far as the interior is concerned, oh, they got it right with the inside. And the side profile is okay, but the rear of it, too it's a little too low market for the rear end. But the interior is spot on. The car looks a lot more athletic. The things they're doing with the under panel, the suspension, is fantastic. Um, so yeah, um, let me see. Yeah, but I never did a review of the current S class. I went and I looked at it, but I never put it. I never because I wasn't feeling too hot about the about the EQS, and I I wasn't feeling too hot and confident about my ability to pull off a car review worth watching. So I'm like, okay, I have to figure out what I want to do on YouTube and on car reviews before I finally do it. And I don't know if I'm going to pursue the car review thing. I will do product reviews because it's easier, faster to do product reviews um, because of getting the products. I'll start out with buying my own products, and I'll give my 2 cents on things. I'll look online for products that people don't review or don't like. There are a couple of items that I will review that no one has done any reviews on, and I will start my product review channel with that. I've already got the account and everything set up. I just have to buy the domain name and I am all set. But everything is done. Let me see. The 5 Series ain't premium enough for me. Oh, well, you know what? Let's say the 5 Series will be premium enough. And the reason why is because the price is premium. That's how it is. If you want a short wheelbase 7 Series, you're going to get a 5. Otherwise, you spend extra money for a 7. Or you get even more and get a Rolls Royce. That's how they're doing it. Uh, Eduardo, you hear anything about Trip rebranding and relaunching? If so, you're going to get your referral code. I have no plan to participate in the rebranding and relaunching of Trip. I've heard about it, and I think it's a nice thing, and I think that they could do something there. But I'm not a supporter of the rideshare ecosystem anymore. I've had enough of that. I've had enough of that Kool-Aid. Um, I will say this about rideshare. I'm very thankful for what it has done for me for for me being on YouTube, because if it wasn't for rideshare, I wouldn't be on YouTube. Um, I am thankful for rideshare for giving me the opportunities I've had to see areas of Los Angeles County I would have never seen, areas of Southern California I would have never seen, parts of the country I would have never seen. I feel a sense of loyalty to Trip for one very important thing. Mr. McNulty, he he believed in my influence enough that he paid for me to have a round trip to Miami, a city I'd never been to before. They put me in a nice hotel. They paid for my food for 3 days. I didn't have to share a room with anyone. I had my own room. And they took care of me. And the only thing he wanted me to do was to promote the opening of Trip in Miami on my channel. He felt it was important enough to have me there. And I will be forever in their gratitude for that. If I were to get involved with for a ride with a rideshare company again, I would do it first with Trip because of that. Because they did something for me that that no one else had done to that degree. Well, no, I have to take that back. I have to take that back big time. But because there was someone who did something even more for me, and in an even bigger way, and they did it either 2 or 3 times. That is for another video at another time. But yeah, and I still believe that, Eduardo. A winner is nothing more than a loser who tried one more time. You learn from you learn from your mistakes. You learn from what worked, what didn't work. You learn from what went right and what went wrong, and you make the decision to get up again. Either you try again or you do something else. You adapt or you die. Um, and that's a winner is a person who is a loser who tried one more time. And that's something I would. That's a message I'm glad I shared, and I wish I had that little. I need to trim my nails. Um, it was a paperweight that I had. I found it at the car wash that I went to when I had the BMW, and I was so inspired that I bought that paperweight. My mistake was I put that paperweight in storage, and I ended up losing everything in storage because I ran out of the money to keep my stuff. See, what happened was while I was while I had the BMW, I was living out of a storage space. All of my stuff that was in my apartment, I put it in a storage space. So I had my routine that I had in the morning. I went to this storage location, and it was cool because you could drive inside the storage space. And mine was I had it up on the upper floor, so I would drive my car in, drive it to the storage spot, and I had my clothes hanging up, and I would go inside the storage place. I close it up. I change my clothes. I was dressed up in my shirt and tie and my pants, and that way the car was kept clean. All my stuff was there, and I drove out and I did my thing for rideshare. At the end of the day, I would um, I would go to a bathhouse, and I took my showers there. So I would go there, I would relax, get in the sauna and the whirlpool, and then I would stay overnight because it was cheap enough to stay there instead of paying $50 a night to stay at a motel room. I paid $24 to stay 24 hours at the bathhouse. There were 4 bathhouses that I went to. There was one in Long Beach, one in North Hollywood, one um, in off of Melrose in West LA, and one in Van Nuys off of Victory Boulevard. Three of the four have now closed down. Oh, there was another one in downtown LA I went to, but I went there only for emergencies. That one was really creepy. And one time, a big water bug got in my car, and I'm like, oh no, I'm not going back here again. Um, yeah, now today, only one of those places are. Actually, no, two of them are open because there's the second one in Melrose I went to also. So two of them are open. The pandemic wiped out most of them because of the money, and then COVID, and then what's the next thing that came along, and then monkeypox. Yeah, people, ooh, they stayed away in droves when monkeypox came out. So, but I found a way to stay clean, keep me clean, keep the car clean, and basically no one knew that I was living in my car. Um, I I went every other day so I wasn't smelling bad. I didn't go every day. I just went every other day. So, and then I washed my clothes every 4 days. So, and I took one complete day off where I did nothing so I could completely energize my mind. And once a month was when I went to the hotel room or motel room, and I would go there for, hey, what's up, John? How's it going, man? I would go there for 2 days where I would just simply decompress from the world. I turned off everything, no TV, no app, no nothing, and I just slept and rested. And if I did get up, I went and I just took a shower, and then I went right back to sleep. Got up, took a shower, and that's all I did. I just relaxed. And that's how I made it work when I was in rideshare. I was determined to make it work, and I believed I could make it work. If I had just persisted in that way, kept my expenses as minimum as possible, and then what happened was I had my stroke, and everything changed when I had the stroke. And poof, 3 years later, here I am, running my mouth about this. So let's see. Yes, a winner is nothing more than a loser who tried one more time. That is absolutely correct. Um, so you're debating getting a 7 seat for Uber XL. You know, I would really like to dissuade you from getting back involved with Uber. That would be that would be my advice to you, because in order for it to work for you, to truly work for you, you truly need to be able to make 3 times what you put into it. And that's just to pay for the vehicle. Then when you have to consider what you pay for rent, what you pay for food, and then what about the replacement cost of the vehicle itself? And even when you think you'll get better by by spending the least amount of money on the vehicle, you're still going to end up losing, because the rate at which they pay is just simply too low. You can do the math, but the math will only work to a certain point. There comes a point where it just won't work, because something is going to give out. If your car doesn't give out, then you're going to give out. or the money is going to give out. It simply isn't worth it. I understand if it's your only alternative, your only hope. Because for some people that's where they are in life. They don't have any other viable option to generate money to help them solve the financial realities they need to address. So if you are going into rideshare, um, you're looking at Uber XL to be the way to make more money. I would say actually, you would want to just go on ahead and get a Prius. And I know you probably don't want to hear that, but no. The only way that I would get involved with rideshare again is they're going to have to give me a car, and the car is going to have to be in my name, titled in my name, with no lien holder from day one, and it has to be the car of my choice. Um, they're going to have to give me something big in order to get back involved with it, because if I don't trust the customers, I don't trust the company. It's just that simple. The risks are simply too high. I am too afraid of being assaulted. I am too afraid of being carjacked. I am too afraid of being losing what I have now, what I suffered for to get. Um, I the environment the environment against drivers is simply too hostile. My message to drivers now is to warn them off as soon as possible. I'm putting up as many warning beacons as I can and say you have got to find another way to to make your money. You have to. Um, it is not wise to get involved with rideshare. Now, I would like to believe that that Trip will be different. That the ethics of Trip will be different than the ethics of Uber and Lyft. But the one thing that Uber and Lyft cannot change is the character of the customers, and the character of the customers is decidedly wicked. It's just that simple. When I see what has happened with customers and how abusive they are, and how abusive they are, just I wish I could find a stronger word than that. And when I see and when I hear about the things that have happened to some drivers just because of a delivery, just because of a ride, and just what people have done, and the customers have made it okay to do those things, I just don't want to be a part of it. See, I can handle what the companies are doing because the companies are just doing what they're doing out of for economic reasons, for corporate reasons. But the behavior of the customers, that is that's unfortunate, and that's my main reason for staying out of rideshare now. I just don't trust the customers. So if you're going to get involved with a rideshare, um, you're gonna need a lot of prayer, and you're gonna need a lot of support, and you're gonna need a lot of help, and that's just to do it. then you're still going to need more prayer and support and help to actually make it work. And then you're going to need prayer and support and help to sustain it. Yeah. You know, when you say 7 a.m. to 3 p.m., that's the safest time. Um, I would say yes. On weekdays, Uber Donnie, I agree with you entirely. But yeah, I agree with you. Oh, Lyft has mile radius? That's, oh, okay, but they don't offer it that. But mile radius is good because I think that that's where it's going to come to as well too. And they might have to do that where you will only drive trips so far, and then that's it. You stay, you just how far out you'll go or whatnot. Okay, I was actually going to make a video about that, thinking if they would do something that was apparently Lyft is already doing it. Oh yeah, that's perfect. I was thinking about that. I had actually made a video about that, but I didn't post it. I didn't upload it. I made the video and then I started running into my issues again with my computer. And then I'm like, okay, you know what? I'm gonna go live and talk about it. And then the thing with, well, to go live on the computer, I had to download I had to download come on brain, click in. Man, Chrome. I had to download Chrome. I had to cheat. I had to look at the app here. I had to download Chrome, and then when I tried to log into my Ride with Peterson Gmail account, I didn't. I had to update the password because I was locked out of my password out of my account again. So I said, okay, fine. Let me go and upload, change this password and get it going. And then after I got that done, then I started running into problems with the computer, and I had to go to my Mac account, and I had to reformat my phone and do all that. And I'm like, okay, you know what? I need to fix this once and for all. And so I erased everything. Let me just erase everything and just start over again. And now I have to go back to using this before because my iMessage is messed up and my Apple Cache is messed up. I'm like, I am just not catching a break when it comes to using this phone. But you know what? It's gonna be fixed. It's gonna be done. I've done all I needed to do with my .Mac, and I just want to use it for the email on. There's a couple of other things I need to do, and then I'm going back to what I was using before. I know what to do. Um, oh, you know why they're doing Uber is doing the 2 hour max because they know that if you limit your miles to only 5, 10, 15 miles within a radius, there are going to be some people that won't get any service because there are some drivers who don't want to get stuck with the person who wants a ride from LAX to Vegas. They ain't going to do it. And see, that's why I don't want to do it ride with drivers with these companies either, because see, when they tell us that we are independent contractors, they are lying to us because you're not. Because if I'm an independent contractor, that means you're not putting limits on me. All you're doing is giving me access to your platform, and that is it. That means I choose the car I want to drive. I choose the hours I want to work. I choose how I dress. I choose how long or how short I want to go. It is up to me to determine how I run this whole thing. I am not controlled by anything other than did I pay my subscription fee into the service, and that's it. I pay you your money you want for the service. I keep everything else. And what they are trying to do is they are trying to have it both ways. They want to make sure that they pay the drivers nothing so they don't have to pay any taxes. But yet they want to run us like they are our bosses. And then they want to turn around with all this double talk and say, oh, but you're an independent contractor. Oh, because you're choosing to drive. You're not an employee. You know what? It's a bunch of malarkey. That's what it is. I wanted to say the word, but hey, you know what? I believe in keeping my my channel in compliance with the rules. So I'm like, hey, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna follow the rules. It's a bunch of malarkeys. That's what it is. And y'all know exactly what I mean. It was nice chatting with you. Been watching your videos for years. Great night. Hey, Uber Donnie, it was great seeing you, man. You have a good one. Thank you for hanging out with me for a bit. I appreciate it. I've been running my mouth for 1 hour, 55 minutes. This is good. I had to get that out of my system. I've got 7 more people here. I've got 9 people now. So while you've got me, come on, people, tell me what you want to hear. I know y'all got questions, and y'all got me. 2 hours is a day max, I tell you. Yeah, and I'm coming up on 2 hours too. Because there's only so much I can talk about, people. Let's see. We've talked about the VinFast cars. I like them, and we'll see what's going to go. I like the way they look, and I'm check out a VinFast, see what it's like. Maybe I'll get one to stop on me while I'm on the freeway. I think it'd be pretty cool. But I would love to check out VinFast, see where they are. But I know I think they said they want 50 grand for one of those cars. It's like, that's something. But I know what I wanted to talk about. This. It's reversed and I have to fix that. But they are saying that the Camaro is coming out as an EV in 2024. And they're turning it into an SUV. I'm like, okay. It was one thing when Ford did it to the Mustang. And the funny thing about that Mustang, they really should not have done that. But it's their car, their name, their company. They can do whatever they want to do. And I guess the vehicle is doing okay. That vehicle would have done so much better if they have given that vehicle its own name and its own legacy instead of riding on the coattails of a vehicle that through its ups and downs um, still carries some respect. Calling it the Mach E, a lot of people have lost respect for the Mustang name. Um, you know, and then so for General Motors to consider copying what GM did. See, here's my thing. When General Motors brought back the Hummer name, but they made it an EV, I thought that was brilliant because the product was right. A big, gigantic, massive truck that's slow but instead what they did was they gave it to their entry into the truck field. But what they did is they gave something. It gave the market something that it was craving: a big, huge, gigantic SUV. But it runs on EV power and it's not slow. The product was right. That's the thing. And it's exactly what we all hoped the Hummer would be: a big, gigantic SUV that could move a lot of people around. And it works because all they did was come out with a new SUV, but it's electric, but it is appropriate and it gives you, that is the perfect vehicle. You can eat your cake, you can have your cake and eat it too. I guess what they say. Anyway, it's big, it's massive, it consumes a lot of electricity, it goes fast, it doesn't push out any CO2. Everybody get out your way. But guess what? It brings back respect to the name. And I thought it was slick that they put it under the GMC brand instead of giving it its own brand like it used to have, To give it to GMC, that gave it more, that helped elevate the GMC brand. And understand, this thing is a truck first. It works. So to put the Camaro name on a four-door SUV that's lifted up, will it be fast? Of course it's going to be fast. I mean, every electric vehicle is quick. But to put the Camaro name on an SUV that really looks no better than a Blazer. No, I don't think GM should have done this. I saw this and I was no. Uh-uh. See, what they should have done is they should have done what Cadillac is doing. See, what Cadillac did was they went back and they decided to go back to full names. So rather than call it the CT8, we're going to call it the Celestic. And the car will be able to stand on its own with its own legacy. The Lyric will stand on its own with its own name, with its own lyric, with its own legacy. Because Chevrolet calling this the Camaro EV would be the same as if instead of calling the Cadillac Celestiq the Fleetwood EV or the Eldorado EV. It's like, no, it's not going to work. This is going to be very fascinating. Now, I like the way the vehicle looks, but now see, if they made this a two-door, then it will work. It'll be fine. But not to change the whole body configuration and everything, and even look around and say, "Oh, well, it's a two-door with a rear access door." No, it's a four-door vehicle. Come on, and it's riding up high. Well, that's what everybody wants. That's what they're looking for. No, I'm I'm I disagree. I like the Blazer EV. In fact, that's what I'm considering for my next vehicle because I'm looking at it, and so I had such a great experience with the Bolt, um, and that I'm like, I would like my next vehicle to be the Blazer EV. I was checking it out. I was even thinking, well, maybe I could even check out the Equinox EV. It's a little smaller, and it would do the job, but it's bigger. It's um it's bigger than the it's bigger than the Bolt, and it's bigger than the Bolt EUV or EVU or whatever they call it. But this thing right here, this Camaro with four doors, they call it the Camaro EV. You mean to tell me everything is going to have four doors? And see, I like four-door vehicles. That's the thing. I like the four-door vehicles because it allows me to open the rear door and put stuff in the back, and then I can sit and that and because it's easier for me than the but no, there's something about the name Camaro that needs to be a proper two-door car, but people aren't buying two-door cars. So what should they have done? They should have taken the car name and they should have let it go on ahead and rest in peace. That's what they should have done. And they should have looked at at other names. They could have brought back the Chevelle, but the Chevelle is old fashioned and doesn't sound as, but it's legendary. They could have brought it back. They could have called this the SS. You know, I mean, the SS was a four-door vehicle, but you know they probably didn't want it. They say, no, you know what, we're bringing calling the Chevrolet SS just wasn't going to work. We need to leave that as a designation, a model, a trim designation, being SS. Okay, that makes sense. They could have brought back another iconic name, or they could have, I don't know, made up a name that would have done the job, but maybe they didn't. They say, well, you know what? Either the names were taken or they couldn't do it, or who knows. But when you look at some of the names that were done around, um, I don't think they wanted to bring back any of the old Pontiac names. Um, so he said, okay, leave those names where they are. What could they have done? So it's like, well, but this one right here, they were, I think they were in a rock and a hard place, and at the same time they were lazy. My opinion. Now I already know the vehicle is going to be great. Um, if you just take the name off and do this, oh, it really gonna be the vehicle's gonna be fantastic. I know it because my last experiences I've had in GM vehicles have been pretty good, and I was thoroughly impressed with that Bolt. I went and I saw an EUV, and I look. The only thing I don't like about the EUV, there's only one thing I don't like about that car. I don't like the turn signals where they're located, and I don't like the fact that they're red and they're integrated with the brake lights. Oh, hey Anthony, what is up, man? Yes. Hey, how's it going, man? Hey Eduardo, what's up? You know what? I need to I need to access that account. I still have access to it. I forgot all about that. I was going to go big on that thing. I was going to go big. I was going to go real big on that one. Wow, you talk about a thing. Hey Anthony, yeah, I'm at 2 hours right now. 2 hours and 8 minutes so far. I'm talking, man. So I like the fact that y'all like them. I'm down to 9 people now. So that's pretty good. It's just been a long time since I've been. It's been 3 years since I've been online because the last time I did a live video, that was when I had the stroke, and then what happened? I was in the hospital and I really couldn't do live videos when I was in the hospital. Then I tried briefly to do a few here and there, but then I started having my phone problems and so and but hey, I'm at home now. I'm using the computer now instead of my phone. And as you can see, it's going pretty good. I only have a 720p camera, but everyone is telling me that the video looks good. I've got this 150-watt light bulb up here. It seems to be doing the job okay. I wish I had more light, but I'll have it fixed eventually. I got my regular camera here, but I do have Spectrum Gig internet, I just got online because I wanted to. We have a tropical cyclone that's going to start blowing through LA in a few hours, and I wanted to get on here and just talk about it, saying how LA ain't ready for it. But like right now, it's sunny and it is 76 degrees where I am. The high is 81, but they're telling us to wait between now and it's going to be going on until 3 a.m. Saturday 3 a.m. It's going to be a long night, people. Um, so yeah, they're saying heavy rain and flooding. Well, hey, if this storm comes through, oh, we gonna get it, and it's gonna be the worst we've ever seen because we have never had to deal with the outcome um, of rain that comes immediately after a tropical storm, a tropical depression. Um, um, from a hurricane falling apart. This was a Category 4 hurricane when it got to its peak, and now that it's coming over land, it's breaking apart um, because it no longer has the water, the constant evaporation of water from the ocean to drive the storm to intensify. So yeah, we're going to get a lot of water. There's no question about it. Uh, Yeah, about the accident, I will tell you, I let that go. I'm gonna get to you in facts of Jack. Uh, that's a fact, Jack. I'll get to you in a second on that. Um, yeah, but you know what? That's what it is. I've since been made okay. Soon after the accident, I had the stroke. Then we had the pandemic, and then my client at the time, he um, he helped me get back on my feet, and I was adamant about not filing for the PPP money, but he assisted me in that, and that helped keep me on my feet for quite a while. That's how I was able to get the car. That's how I was able to get all this stuff that I have now. Um, and plus how I was able to pay back my back taxes because half the money went towards back taxes. Um, it was given to me, and then the government immediately swiped in and took what they did. Um, so I will say this for rideshare: in so many ways, rideshare has been good to me. It helped me fix my biggest problem, which were the back taxes I owed, and so I am grateful to it. So I can handle what the companies deal with and all like that. My biggest issue with rideshare is dealing with the customers. I just don't trust the customers. And if I don't trust the customers, I'm not doing the work. Um, so as far as supporting myself, what I do is I take on small security guard gigs here and there. There's a company that calls me when they need someone on an emergency basis, and if there's an event going on and they need a freelance security guard, I do it. And one time they had an event, and that event lasted for uh, about 8 days, but they needed someone to work 12 hours from 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. the next day. And so I was the guy. And then the last gig I had, which I believe was their last event of the season, was they had an event um, where they were doing this game show for gamers, and they needed me to guard a door for 8 hours. And so I did that, and and that was it. As far as support, I am receiving assistance for my rent. I am receiving assistance for my food, but I have no cash. Um, so what's going to happen moving forward? Because I'm disabled, and my disability case was denied. I was denied for disability, so I have to refile for disability payments because my side, what happens is it locks up, and when it locks up, it gets incredibly painful. And sometimes I don't have balance. I can't stand. I can't walk. When I was at my security job working at the Grove, I enjoyed it very much. But one day my side locked up on me. It felt like my muscles were being ripped out of my tendons. It hurt so bad, and I lost my balance. I had to use the wall of the building to support myself until they picked me up with one of the vehicles. They took me back to the I forgot what they call it, but it's the central office for the post where we do all the video surveillance. And they took me off of the assignment. They told me to go to headquarters to get a new assignment. And in order for me to get a new assignment, I had to give them a doctor's note. It took me it took me 4 months, 4.5 months to get a doctor's note. I had to change doctors twice, and then I had to wait for um, the next available appointment. All to get a note that took me less than 30 seconds once I actually saw the doctor. And then I supplied them with the note, and they told me they would call me when they had an assignment for me, and they never called me back. So right now, I am debating what to do, but what I'm actually planning on doing is I'm going back to school. I'm going to go to school so I can be a psychologist. Um, Therapy has helped me greatly. There is a great demand for mental health professionals, but it's also acutely aware in the African American community, and they particularly need Black male um, psychologists. And I actually found that I would be pretty good at it when I was in the shelter. I was sort of the go-to person for a couple of people who were dealing with some particularly troubling issues, and I was able to reach them in ways that the people who are educated weren't able to reach. They they spoke with me. It got to a point where I was the only person they would speak with. Maybe it helped because I was there with them, but I think also it was because it was the way. And when I say there with them, I mean I was in the shelter with them, and they had more access to me than they did to the people who were there. But maybe it was also because my concern for them was genuine because I wasn't being paid for it, and I just have a way of talking to people. And I got them to open up in ways where they were able to look beyond themselves and their situation, and they were able to get help for what they were dealing with, and they improved. And as a result, I improved too. And for the longest, I didn't know what I wanted to go to school, but now I'm particularly passionate about mental health and about people taking care of their mental health and about handling themselves they um, when they encounter the greatest challenge of their life, which, in my opinion, is rejection, handling rejection. Um, I have learned that the foundation of living an effective life is how well you manage rejection in your life. Because at the end of the day, it all comes down to it. It's all about pain and pleasure. As humans, we are constantly avoiding pain and gaining pleasure. And so I thought long and hard about it over the years. And I'm like, what is the greatest pleasure? What is the greatest pleasure? The greatest pleasure is acceptance, because every single thing that leads to all the other happy stuff starts with acceptance. When you get approved for a credit card or a car, you're accepted. When you score the date with that person you've had your eye on, or you get that hookup, that's acceptance. When you get great service in the restaurant that you thought would turn you away, that's acceptance. When you when you get picked for the assignment, acceptance. You get a big tip from a customer, acceptance. You get married, acceptance. When you anything you can think of at its core, anything that makes you feel good, is acceptance. The opposite of it is rejection, and that is at the foundation of all these problems we have in society. When you look at all the problems that we have, at its core, one way or another, that is a response to rejection. It is a reaction to rejection. Just think about it, and you'll see that I'm like, wow, that is true. Because rejection is painful, and people do not like pain. And the greatest rejection is pain. The reason why people are timid or scared, or they seem clumsy or not like that, is because they don't want to be rejected. And so and they don't want to come across as someone who thinks they know everything or too much, because then they can't handle the rejection. When a child does something wrong, they're being rejected. They don't like it, so they lash out. Everything, even when you look at young men, boys who join street gangs, it's about pleasure and rejection, pleasure and acceptance, pleasure and pain. They join these gangs because they are being accepted. They are being approved of. They are being brought in. But to maintain that, they do what the people are doing because they fear the rejection. The greatest fear is rejection. That is the source of all fear, is rejection. When you break it down and when you learn how to handle rejection, you will be an effective person. We see that in every elected official to various degrees. The ones that are good at their job, they know how to handle rejection. That's why Mitch McConnell is immovable in what he does, because rejection, what is that? He handles his job because he is willing to handle whatever rejection comes his way, because he is immovable, because he is not afraid of rejection. When you look at our effective presidents and where they have gotten in life, it's because they know how to handle rejection. The issues we're dealing with 45, he don't know how to handle rejection. He can't handle rejection. He doesn't want to handle rejection. So, no, I mean, that's just me. But yeah, it does suck. Food delivery. Same thing about food delivery. I don't trust the customers. I've gotten a lot of free meals from people who um, who didn't want to pick up their orders that they paid for, and that I have tried very hard to give them back their food. Um, but no, I don't want to do. I had a bad experience with an ice cream order. There was a guy, he ordered a bunch of food, and one of the items was ice cream. And I'm going to his place, and I'm trying to get in contact with him because his ice cream is melting. And I'm doing everything I can to reach out to this guy, but the information on the address and where he lived and everything was completely wrong. The navigation was wrong. I'm walking to every apartment trying to figure out who ordered this ice cream. And when he finally emerged from his apartment, he was mad at me. He didn't put the proper information in his app so I could contact him. His contact was going somewhere else. I'm calling him over and over and over and over again, and I'm getting no response whatsoever. I went to so many different apartments trying to look for this guy to get his stuff, and then he got mad at me. I'm like, hey, you shouldn't have ordered ice cream with this company. You should have been outside waiting for me. You know, and then dealing with people's food and how finicky they are, and then looking at how people lie about food orders and how they're treated, saying that they didn't order the food but they did or so. I don't want to play those games with people. I really don't. I ordered a few things from some of the food companies, and yeah, I'll do it. It's just easier for me to be a customer because, see, for food deliveries, I will tip $20 minimum every time. If I order something from a food delivery place, the driver is getting a $20 tip because you know, no, not getting a tip from the driver, from the customer, that's not happening with me. Because look, this is what I'm being saved when I order from a food delivery company. I don't have to move my car. I don't have to get out of my place. I don't have to use my gas. I don't have to get in traffic. I don't have to wait in the drive-through line. I don't have to deal with the people who are at the spot. And it comes to me quickly. I can put on my robe and go outside, pick it up, and to me that is worth $20 to save me all the aggravation of having to go out there and do that. I'm gonna pay $20 on top of what I had to pay for the food because you have saved me $20 worth of aggravation. Hey, you're getting that $20 if I have to do it. If I only want to buy the food and I don't want to pay the driver, I don't want to give the driver a $20 tip, then I'm going to do it myself. Hey, that's me. I will be the one who will get upset because, well, if you didn't want to make this money for it, you shouldn't be doing the work. Well, guess what? I'm not doing the work. It's just that simple. I recently rediscovered Zanku chicken. I am ooh. Eduardo, let me tell you something about Popeye's chicken and Chick-fil-A. Between those two sandwiches, Chick-fil-A is the best because Popeyes, they changed their chicken sandwich. It ain't the same way as it was when it first came out. Now, when it comes to the biscuits, Popeyes, I will order a whole dozen of their biscuits because they are perfectly done because they make those biscuits from scratch in the store. That's what they don't tell you. They use real butter. on those biscuits. So, oh yeah, the only if I want to taste my Aunt Helen's homemade biscuits, I buy them from Popeyes because they're the only ones that make them like sheety, and I be woo. And my Aunt Helen don't make those biscuits anymore. That's she made those biscuits from scratch. Them things you get in the can, please, no. But my Aunt Helen, oh my god, like my Aunt Mildred with the carrot cake. But you know what? I'm gonna tell you this about Chick-fil-A and Popeyes. They ain't got nothing to Zanku chicken. When I had the BMW, the car wash was located. The car wash I went to was not too far from Santa Monica and what's that other street? Man, Santa Monica Boulevard, and it's on the tip of my tongue, on the tip of my brain. I think it's not Overland, but anyway, it's right. It's near the 405 freeway in Santa Monica Boulevard, and there's another street. Um, and it's not Bundy, but it's something else. I need to Google it because I got to tell you about this. But look, Zanku chicken. You you haven't you haven't had chicken until you've had Zanku chicken. It's 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 Mediterranean, Greek, and they have the garlic and some other kind of thing they have on it. Yes, that's it. Westwood. Thank you. Westwood. Oh, I forgot about that. Thank you, Eduardo. I should have made that video when I had the Zanku chicken. I am completely addicted to that place. And I tell you, when I was driving, I was what was I doing? I was going to get something else. I was driving over there for something. I'm going to remember it. And I was in that area for something else. And I went to the gas station on Santa Monica and Westwood. And then I was going back, and I knew there was the Fat Burger that was there, but I wasn't going to Fat Burger. I was going somewhere. What happened was I got lost, but to, I was going to Panda Express. That's where I was going. I was going to, because I was somewhere else, but I'm like, oh, I want some food. I'm gonna go to Panda Express. So I was going to Panda Express, and then I drove by Trader Joe's, and I'm like, oh, I was coming from somewhere. It was something I was doing anyway. As I was driving by, um, I was on Westwood because I was going to the gas station, and I saw Zanku chicken. I'm like, oh, Zanku, I haven't been there in forever. I gotta go back. So I went, put gas in the car, and I came back to Zanku chicken, turned around, and everything like that. Um, let me see. Let me see. What's up, Peterson? Since you were a bus driver, was that bus jump in the movie Speed possible? No, it wasn't. They made it possible, and this is how they made it possible. Um, where they did it was real. That was the interchange that was under construction between the Interstate 110 and Interstate 105. That ramp where they did it and everything, now that is real. And it was under construction during that time. It's since been completed and running. But that ramp is real, and it was done on the tallest ramp that was under construction at the time. And what a lot of people don't realize about that specific interchange, that is the tallest freeway interchange in the world. Those ramps and how high they built it is the tallest in the world. It's amazing how tall it is. When you're up there that high, you don't even realize you're up there until you're up there, and then you're going down. And they made that intersection so that you could maintain um, 80 miles an hour without slowing down. Um, that was a freeway interchange that was built to the highest interstate freeway standard possible, where you didn't have to slow down for anything, you didn't have to get off the freeway for anything, you just keep on driving full speed the whole thing. You didn't have to the only ramp you have to slow down on is the only cloverleaf portion, which is where um, you're driving um, I think you're driving northbound on the 110 to go to the eastbound 105. That one you have to slow down because there's a loop. All the others, they are straight 80-mile-an-hour turns. Actually, when you're up there, it's engineered so that when an earthquake happens, it actually will move with the earthquake. They put these compressible airbags inside the columns and at the base. So because we've had three earthquakes since then, and they're doing fine. In fact, when we had the our last earthquake, it was I forgot what magnitude it was, but we lost a substantial amount of I-10 through on the west side, where entire whole sections completely fell apart, and we had older sections of the I of State Route 14 that connects Antelope Valley to San Fernando Valley, where the 5 and the 14 connect. That intersection fell down too. But see, those sections were built to the old standards. The 105, however, is built to the latest, newest standard, and it went through the earthquake with no problem at all. And that was a very strong earthquake. I forgot what the magnitude of that earthquake was, but it was a strong earthquake, and there was no damage at all. And then the new buildings are built to the new standard as well too. They described how what happens is when you're on the building, when you're on those ramps, while you're driving on the ramp, it actually shakes while you're driving on it. You can feel it, and you think you're having an earthquake, but no, it's engineered to move with the seismic waves so that it won't collapse. The other freeways, they're made too rigid. They made them so stiff that when the seismic wave comes in, and it either goes side to side or up and down, eventually when the side motion hits it, it will crack and fall because it's too rigid. So what they did was they put these rubber bladders um, at the base of the at the foundation of the columns, and so they move with the it acts like a suspension basically. The difference is it's going to move a lot. When there's a lot of traffic, like when a truck goes by, but um, it won't fall. And the key is to make sure it doesn't collapse, because they don't want to go through the time and the engineering necessary to rebuild it. Don't make it last for another 100 years and it'll be okay. Yeah, like rollers. That's basically it. It's like rollers. No, I won't. Money over fame. I'm not doing rideshare again. I'm done with rideshare. I'm disabled and I don't trust the customers. If I were to do rideshare, I would, I would, I would consider doing Trip out of loyalty to McNulty. I know he's passed away, but Trip was good to me, and I would be involved with them for that. But and I would ask, and I would also consider going back to Lyft because Lyft was good to me because Lyft gave me something that I'll never forget. They put me in the newspaper. I sent a tweet to one of the CEOs of Lyft when they first came out with Lyft Lux, and I was one of the first drivers on Lyft Lux. I simply sent a tweet to the CEO, and I just said, "Hey, Lyft Lux, I'm ready." And I had a picture of my car, and I was with it, and whatever. And the CEO, he tweeted me back, and he said that I had a better car than he did, and that generated a little bit of attention. And a reporter with the San Francisco Chronicle, they saw the picture, and they sent a photographer out to me. They took a set of pictures that I still have to this day. It's by far the best picture I've ever taken. I have to share that with you. I think I'm gonna put that on my I'll put it on my Instagram. I think Ride with Peterson on Instagram is still there, and I'll get access to it and I'll post the picture. But I'm standing with it. I'm leaning down with my 7 Series in the background. It just got washed, and they did a nice little article on me in the San Francisco Chronicle, and I'm like, yeah, I tell you, I had my moments with rideshare. I was very proud of my time with rideshare, but that was that. That was my time. But it's time to let other people move on with that. But yeah, when it comes to the chicken sandwich, Eduardo, Zanku chicken is the best, the best. Um, it blows out anything the traditional fried chicken sandwiches are. But if I had to choose between Chick-fil-A or Popeyes, I have to go with Chick-fil-A because Chick-fil-A is consistent. They're tasty, and it's pretty good. The Popeyes chicken sandwich is it's changed. But I will say this: I haven't had either one in a while. So I might revisit that and see who comes out ahead because it's it's been three it's been at least 3 years since I've had a Chick-fil-A. I haven't been to Chick-fil-A since my stroke. I haven't been to Popeye since my stroke. So no, because I have the Mercedes, and I haven't been to either one of those places since. I've actually been to Popeyes once, but I only had their regular fried chicken, and I bought their strips. I went to get the chicken sandwich, but they didn't. They ran out when I was there, and this was when I had the Mercedes. So, well, I got the Mercedes now, but still, last time I was there, they didn't do it. So I figure, okay, so we'll try it again and see. I'll tell you who else who has a great chicken sandwich is Wendy's. Their chicken sandwich is really good. But when it comes to prepared chicken, the best, they say who has the best chicken? Oh, that's Zanku chicken, without a doubt. You want to have one of their Tartar wraps? You done. It's like I'm like, you know what? If I had to eat only one thing, and I mean only one thing for the rest of my life, and it had to be that one, every single day. Chicken tartar wrap from Zanku Chicken. You can give me two of those every day. I'm happy. That's all I need. There's nothing else. Ooh, I want one right now. If I had the, and I tell you, if I had the money for one, I would go and do it right now. Because what time is it? It's 6:30, 6:38. Oh yeah, I would either do it or I would order one. I would order two because see, this is how it is now. In order for me to be happy at Zanku Chicken now, I gotta have two of them. One is not enough. I gotta have two, and I need to have all the trimmings too. So yeah, there we go. Okay, let's see what else. Okay, uh, rollers. Oh, that's a good question, Eduardo. If I did a rewatch and what I would do, what I would tell my older self, huh? I have to think about that one. Okay. Remember that time I had three cars and I was thinking that I could pay for the BMW and pay for the Lexus and pay for the car with rideshare. What was that company I did this was pushing rideshare rental? See, here was the mistake I made in that one right there. I was thinking that I could make rideshare rentals work because they were doing something that I thought was completely brilliant. They were tying renting the cars with network marketing. I just said this is it right here. This is a win-win. All these people who are renting these cars and you build your little network of your people renting the cars and you're getting a little commission off of, and you build your network the right way. It could have been big if they had marketed it the right way, and if they had pushed it the right way, and if they but it required too much money to work. It required too much participation to really work. It could have worked. The mistake I made was thinking I could juggle three cars, thinking that I could pay the money for the BMW, plus pay for the Lexus because I had that Lexus hybrid, and pay rideshare rental for their car too. What should have happened is I should have stayed with the Lexus. And the reason why was because I had made an agreement with him to actually buy that car from him by renting the car from him and buying it. That was my biggest mistake right there because I had a car that qualified me for what I was doing. I couldn't do Lux or Black, but I could do Select and I could do X. And the problem with that was the benefit there was I ended up using the BMW on Select anyway. I could have restricted all my rides to Select and been okay because when everything was said and done, the BMW was working for me until the Select rides dried up because I had already lost on Lux and Black. Everybody was shifting to Select. X wasn't working because I was never going to make enough money on Lex. I put the BMW on X just so I could put gas in the car so I could get back on Select. Um, in the end, I simply ran out of money on X, on Uber, on rideshare. I just ran out of money. I wasn't able to make enough money. The second thing I would have told myself, being my younger self, considering like this, um, I should have went back to my job with Metro. if going back and say, you know what, instead of putting your all into this, what you need to do is you need to get over your issues with Metro and you need to go back to your bus operator job. You need to get your job back. I was only fired because I was late to work. I wasn't fired because I had too many accidents, because I didn't have any accidents with the property, with the vehicle. I wasn't fired because I was stealing from the company. I wasn't fired because I was using drugs. I wasn't fired because I was an alcoholic, or I got I injured or killed a passenger um, on the bus, or I was forged overtime, or any of the other number of serious issues that people get themselves fired. I was late to work. Well, my goodness, almost everybody is late to work, and they had a policy in place to where people who were having issues with being late or had other attendance issues, they had a policy that was very flexible so that they wouldn't lose people just for being late or for having a lot of absenteeism for health issues. Um, and what happened was I bumped up on the limits of that policy one time too many. And when I got assaulted, I thought that that was going to give me a little bit of happiness and a little bit of extra consideration from management, who would be looking out for me because, oh, well, we feel sorry for Peterson because he got assaulted, and now he's dealing with extreme depression, and we worried about him coming back to about coming back to work and all like that. If I were to give my younger self on those videos some any advice, my advice would have been, you need to go back to Metro. You need to get your Metro job back. And you need to do what's necessary to get your health in order. But I didn't do that because I was so mad, I was so angry, I was so upset that I knew that if I went back, I wouldn't be a good operator. I needed to address my anger issues with 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 Metro before I went back to operating the bus. Otherwise, um, I would have been really bad, and then I would have been fired for real and would have never been able to get back. But it's okay because now I understand why my blood clots. I understand why I have high blood pressure. I understand my health issues, and believe it or not, I would have been actually in worse shape if I went back to Metro. It probably didn't look like it at the time, but I was like 285, almost 290 pounds when I had my stroke. Um, I was not healthy at all. My blood pressure, I had just recovered the picture of what my blood pressure was a couple of weeks before the stroke. Um, my low number was like 125. That's supposed to be your high pressure. Like, well, 120 over 80. Well, I was like 200 something over 185, something like this, some crazy high number. And I should have had an aneurysm. My blood pressure was so high, but I had no symptoms whatsoever. I felt perfectly fine. Everything was good. When I ran my blood pressure at the pavilions in West Hollywood, I had no way of going to the hospital and taking care of it because I didn't have health insurance. Actually, I did have health insurance. I just didn't believe I had health insurance. When I was in Palm Springs, the smartest thing I did was I found a shelter, and they couldn't take me in, but they did refer me to their health clinic. And at that health clinic, they had me apply for Medi-Cal so I could, so they could be paid to do my blood work. I went to have my blood work done because I wanted to go back, get back on my blood thinner because I knew that if I didn't have my blood thinner, I was going to have a stroke. What I didn't know was that my Medi-Cal was approved and that I had health insurance. All I had to do was go to a county hospital and they would have saw, oh, we see you have Medi-Cal. We just have to move your coverage from Riverside County to LA County so you can get coverage here and we can give you all the care you need here. It wasn't until I had my stroke a year after it happened that they found out that I had healthcare coverage because my stroke it cost over $10,000 a day for me to be in the hospital. It was over 10,000, but just below 11,000 a day. I was in the hospital for 112 days around that time. It cost a little over $1 million to take care of me in the hospital to recover from the stroke and to give me all the inpatient care I need and the rehab in order for me to walk again, to walk out that hospital. Over $1 million, and it was covered because of one little thing I did when I was in Palm Springs. Because I have known since my mid 20s what my risk for stroke was, because of me having the DVTs, the deep vein thrombosis. The health condition I have now, it is called thrombophilia. It is the opposite of hemophilia. I have been looking for this for years to find out what is the name of the condition that I have. Thrombophilia is a defect of the F2 gene. That gene controls the enzyme, the process of the enzymes that controls blood clotting. That regulates how your body creates fibrin. Fibrin is what blood clots are made of. If the F2 gene is defective, your body produces too much of the enzymes that produces fibrin. And what happens? You develop blood clots. That's what I have. It is a rare genetic condition. Both parents must have the trait and they pass it on to the kids. Now, my sister, she's never had a blood clot. She's never had an issue with it. My sister has had 3 kids. If anyone should have had blood clot problems, it should have been her because, pregnancy and all like that. But she's never had a blood clot. Me, I've had blood clots since I was in my 20s. So it was like, hey, I've always been taking medication for it to monitor it. But when I was forced off of the aspirin therapy because I ran out of money, boop, my blood started clotting. And then I had my stroke. How did I have my stroke? My blood pressure was high. When you have high blood pressure, your heart will enlarge, specifically your left ventricle, which is the lobe. You have your atriums on top, your ventricles on the bottom. The left ventricle, it got bigger in my particular case. And when your ventricle gets larger, it develops an extra area where some blood may not properly evacuate from the heart. Well, eventually that blood, it will pool and then it will develop into a clot. That clot that clot grew large enough to where eventually it was able to rise up and the heart pushed it out, went up my aorta and all that good stuff, went all the way up here, right side of my brain, blocked my posterior cerebral, my right side posterior cerebral artery blocked it to the right side of my brain. Right side of my brain was deprived of oxygen for about 2 hours, and I had the stroke. It effectively paralyzed the right side of my body. Um, I suffered brain damage in several areas of my brain. Um, it is a miracle I can walk. It's a miracle I can see. It is a miracle um, that I can move my fingers and my toes. Um, but I still do have issues with my movement and my balance on my right side. My left side is perfectly fine. Um, but certain jobs, I just can't do them. As I sit here right now, I am in pain. You probably don't notice it, but I am. My entire side is locked up right now. If I stand up, eventually I'll be in pain. I have to lay down again. I have to lay on my side. Sometimes I have easy days, sometimes I have rough days. Today is an easy day. On the rough days, I'm literally confined to the bed because I'm in so much pain. Um, I could take medication, but if I take the medication, it puts me to sleep. So it's like, you know what? I can't live like that. So I just live through the pain. I deal with it because I'm used to it now. So I've developed a tolerance against it. But yeah, right now I'm dealing with it. But sometimes it does hurt. And when I say hurt, I mean agonizing hurt. And those days when they come, that's where it's an issue. And I never know when it's going to happen. I have tried everything: cold, hot, hungry, full, low blood sugar, high blood sugar, nothing but meat, nothing but fruit, all the bad foods you're not supposed to eat. It doesn't matter if I fast for a week, if I eat every hour. I have not figured out how to trigger this. I have taken every supplement I can afford to trigger something. I don't know what I'm dealing with. So it's like, you know what? I'm dealing with a signal issue in my brain. And it affects me from basically from here, all the way here, all this area, my side, all this, all the way down to my toes. I'll be looking at my toes and my toes look straight, but the way it feels like maximum contraction and they hurt. So, Eduardo, oh, I've had two. Oh, wow. This is quite a bit the thing. Let's see here. Let me answer some of the questions here first so I can get to you, Eduardo. Okay, roll it, do it. Yes, I talked about the rewatch of my videos. I was on that for a long time. Let's see. I don't trust those mofos either. That's right, Tommy. You said it right. I do not trust them mofos. Ooh, exactly what they are. And mofos, I don't trust them. I don't trust them hoes. I don't trust them mofos. Let's see here. Let me see. Same qualifications for a bus driver and operating a trolley. You know what? Zoo? I do Doozer. Oh, okay, Doozer Chris. I like that name. That's cool. Doozer Chris. Got a kind of plays with the tongue there. Doozer Chris. You got a good one there. Doozer Chris. I like that though. Uh, oh, I will tell you this about the Metro bus operator. I think they're over 25 an hour now. Let me tell you something. If you're an effective bus operator and you're about making your money, you can make 100 grand a year as a bus operator. I know because I've done it. You just have to have the right assignment, and you have to be willing to work all the time, and you have to have a supervisor who's going to have your back, someone who at that window, and they know, just call you, don't even get anyone else, just call you. And when I was at my division, they hooked me up. So yeah, I know you can make 100 a year, easy, driving the bus. You just have to have the right supervisor and the right division, and you have to be on the right line too. um, you don't have to have the seniority. You just have to have the right people who will watch your back, and who will know that you're the person who will call. But it's not easy to do it, but it's not that difficult. You just have to have a good plan. And part of the plan starts with working at the right division. When you work at the right division, then you have the right supervisor, and not the window supervisor. You have to have the right markup supervisor, because the markup supervisor can override the window supervisor. See, the window supervisor, they're the ones that give you the assignment, but the markup supervisor is the one that actually approves it. You have a good markup supervisor, you go straight to that person. I'll never forget, there was this one window supervisor at Division 7. Ooh, she was a piece of work. No one liked her. I got along with her, but even then, she was still a piece of work. I think she's retired now. I think she is. I came real close to getting on her good side, but when everything was said and done, she was not cool. But I tell you, Division 7 was something else. Very interesting. That's that's where an operator was killed in the seat. There was a guy who got on the bus. He had a shotgun, and he was actually driving. I think he was driving on his day off, and he was driving from a different division. But the buses were on detour, and it was the last stop, and this guy got on the bus, and then it was what happened was, the buses were on detour, so he had to go a different way, and the guy was mad. Everybody was discharged off the bus but him, and the the guy got off the bus. No, the guy was mad that the bus was off detour, because I think it was the marathon that was going on, and killed him right in the seat, back of the head. It was terrible. Oh yeah, I was assaulted on the bus. I was assaulted. I think I made a video about it, but I was assaulted. I was doing line 40, and I got to think about what happened. But I was doing line 40. Line 40 was my favorite line. It's one of the longest lines in the city, and you get the right assignment on the 40. You make a lot of money on the 40. And what happened was, I had picked up this rider at I was on King and Slauson, I believe it was. Was it King and Slauson? I think it was King and Slauson. Yeah, I had just passed the stop, and no, I was servicing the stop. It wasn't King and Crenshaw. It was south of that. I think it was King and Slauson. And what happened was, I was there was a gentleman who was in a wheelchair. I had to think about this. There was a guy in a wheelchair. I will preface this by saying this. If you want to know a good bus operator, watch how they treat the disabled customers. The disabled customers are the ones that absolutely depend on the bus operator, unlike any other. Because if they treat the disabled customers right, they will treat you right. Watch how the bus operator treats the disabled people. The disabled people are the ones who are completely dependent on the bus operator because they can't get around without the bus operator. And you will find that a lot of bus operators, unfortunately, they are very disrespectful. They are very mean, not just bitter, not just angry, but they are mean. Um, Sometimes to the point of being malevolent towards the disabled riders. The disabled riders, they need the bus operators. The people who can walk, who can get around their own, who are taking the bus because it's more convenient than to drive, they don't need the bus operators. So they'll cuss out the operator or do whatever. But watch how they treat the disabled customers because unlike other customers, disabled people are dependent on the mercy of the bus operator. Oh yeah, I was assaulted on Metro. I was assaulted twice. So I don't know where the bus operators top out now. It was quite a while since I was there, so I don't know. I will be starting over again. But here's the thing about the bus operators. They the bus operators they depend on those custom on the bus operator to be good to them. And you know what? I could have gotten my job back, but and Metro was a union job. But see, here's the problem. Um, I I was assaulted on the bus, but the way they treated me was such. I was so bitter towards them, so bitter. I needed time for that bitterness to wear off before I would ever consider going back to the job. That bitterness is worn off now, and I would go back to the job. I have to be certified by a neurologist to get my job back. But you know what? And you know what? I have recovered well enough now to where I'm actually confident to go back to doing the job. I mean, I have. I have enough strength and mobility with this hand. I can sit in the seat for sustained amounts of time. I can reach down and do the things necessary. So I have the confidence to do the job now. But I don't know if I'll ever be certified to do it. But can I do it now? Oh yeah, I can do the job. I have to go through the academy all over again, and I have to, prove myself and do the studying and do all the stuff. So I could go back to doing it because this isn't as much of a hassle as it was when I initially recovered from the stroke. Um, I I can my confidence to do this is strong enough, and I believe it's been three or 4 years since the stroke now. So this is as good as it's going to get. But I can safely control the bus now. But for me to go back to Metro after the way they treated me, um, I've decided it's best for me to move on. See, what I'm doing now is I'm going back to school I'm going back to school so I can be a psychologist. This is my last opportunity to return to school and go to class and be a doctor. So I'm as far as I'm concerned, I'm done with Metro. Um, but no, because Metro could have treated me a lot better. I wish they had treated me a lot better. Um, but I was injured, and they didn't treat me the way that I felt I should have been treated. I was not treated fairly, and I don't feel good about it at all. And I loved my job, but the people who were there, I was mistreated, and I don't want to be subjected to that again. I did think about going back, but no, I'm not going back. They, I don't know about the qualifications required to but operate a trolley. A trolley. I do know it's different to operate the train, but I don't know about the trolley. You probably have to be a train operator, and it's completely different. I know in order for you to in order for you to operate the um, the trains, you have to operate the buses first, and you have to show yourself as a proficient bus operator before you can run the trains. I think if you're showing same to operate a trolley is the same as operating the trains. You you must be a bus operator before they will let you operate those trains. It's greater responsibility of those trains, and they need a complete history of who you are as an employee before they will trust you with those $1 million plus um, trains with all those people on board, because the standards are much higher to operate the trains, and they need to know that you're making a real commitment to run those trains, because this city is going to get more and more dependent on those trains as we move forward with the city and how things are going, and they're not going to let just anybody um, ride those trains. Where did this come from? This is interesting. Yeah, they're not going to let just anybody run those trains. So you have to be a bus operator for so many years, and then you have to go through Metro's training for the train operators. And even then, the majority of the people who try to go to be a train operator, they don't make it, because being a train operator is very demanding. It's very strict. But I tell you this: once you become a a metro train operator, you are an elite. There's no question about it. So you already have to start out as being one of the best bus operators before they even let you get near those trains, because the level of responsibility and the amount of damage that a train can do is substantial compared to what a bus can do. You have to prove yourself as a bus operator first. But once you're an effective train operator, you you are set when it comes to metro is concerned. Um, oh yeah, I was assaulted on metro. Don't you know that? I don't know what the I don't know where metro bus operators top out at now, because I haven't ever since I left the job, I have not really paid attention to what metro was doing. Why am I looking at these? 2025. I'm looking at these for a reason. Why am I looking at these? These are for air tags and my. But why am I looking at these now? Why are they here now? This is interesting. Let's see. What do metro drivers top out now? I don't know what they top out at now. You would have to go to the you would have to go to Metro's website and check out what the pay is. I just don't know. Um, I do not have sickle cell anemia. I don't have sickle cell. The condition that I have is, and I just found out what it is, but my condition is extremely rare. But I do have a genetic disorder with with my in my in my in my in my in my genes. But um, what I have, it's called, I think it's called thrombophilia or something like that. I have a very specific, very rare um, genetic disorder, but it's not sickle cell. What, man, I had a top of mind and just like that, but I don't have sickle cell anemia. Because, see, what sickle cell anemia, what sickle cell disease is, the blood cells are shaped in a way that causes them to clump together. When they clump together, they don't move a certain way into the blood to allow the proper exchange of gas. Because what you have is you have your red blood cells, and what that cell does is as it gets to the various cells of the body, it allows the gases to exchange. So you have a gas exchange, oxygen and carbon dioxide. When the red blood cell gets to the cell that it needs to reach, what it does is it releases the oxygen into the cell, but it absorbs the carbon dioxide, the waste. Then those red blood cells that are filled with carbon dioxide, they go up into the lungs. And what happens is the lungs pushes out the carbon dioxide and it brings in the oxygen. So you have the carbon dioxide red blood cells that go in, and then the oxygen rich blood cells, they go back into the bloodstream. And this is how you have, it's a specific process they call it. But what happens is when you have sickle cell anemia, the blood cells have a sickle shape to them. As a result, those cells, they clump abnormally. And what happens is when they clump abnormally, they block blood flow. That blood flow, it also blocks the oxygen flow so that you can transfer the oxygen to the cell that needs the oxygen, and then the cell in it pushes out the carbon dioxide into that red blood cell so they can go back into the blood and do the carbon dioxide oxygen um, transfer that way. Here's how nature works. It's so amazing. We push out carbon dioxide, but here's the thing: the trees, they absorb carbon dioxide and they put oxygen into the atmosphere. That's why the trees are so important. This is why you want your kids to pay attention in science class, because when they pay attention in biology, when they pay attention in science, they understand how the planet works with us and how we work with the planet. Okay? The trees, their fuel is carbon dioxide. Their waste product is oxygen. But see, for us, our fuel is oxygen and our waste product is carbon dioxide. This is why we need the trees, because the trees give us and we give the trees what they need. It's a symbiotic relationship. When we push too much carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, we don't have enough trees to bring in all the carbon. This is why it's such a problem, because now we won't have enough oxygen for us. So what will happen is the planet will actually warm up because there is too much carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. What that will do is that will cause a cascade effect that will still push even more carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. And what happens? Global warming. When global warming happens, we the planet warms up to push us out to release the trapped oxygen that's in the ice caps. That puts the oxygen back into the atmosphere, but here's the problem. We need the ice caps to reflect the excess heat that comes from the sun. If we have too much water on the land, where are we going to live? you know, I mean, it's very fascinating when you understand how this works. I don't have sickle cell anemia. I have a very rare genetic condition that's actually, you know what? I had it top of mind for a long time, but it's related to something else. But I know exactly what the condition is now. Um, Oh goodness, I wrote notes and everything about it, and I wanted to keep it top of mind for the longest, but now and you know when I tell y'all it is I wrote the whole thing down because I finally figured it out what it is, but I have a very rare genetic condition, um, and I got the name of it and everything. And it took me many years to figure out what it was. And when I found out, I'm like, that is what it is. I wrote it down and I meant to share it with y'all and everything and get it done. But and I wrote it down and it is a genetic condition that I do have. Um and you know, as I sit here and I think about it now, um I can't think of the name off the top of my head. Um, oh boy. But it's related to sickle cell anemia, but it's not sickle cell anemia. Um, oh yeah, now that I'm back on here doing this, it's okay. I'm in the home. I got my internet service going, and I forget why I even decided to come online. I figured to talk about the thing that's going on. Let's see, Santa Monica and Westwood. Yes, Eduardo, that's where it is. Santa Monica and Westwood at Chick Fil A or Popeyes. You know what? Between the two, um, okay, Santa Monica and Westwood, that's where Zanku Chicken is. But if I had to, I mean, first of all, I'm gonna choose Zanku Chicken over them. But if between those two, either Chick Fil A or Popeyes, it's got to be Chick Fil A. I mean, I understand Chick Fil A is controversial and all like that because they're a religious company. But hey, you know what? Um, them chicken sandwiches are holy. Okay, they good. take go get over the objections. You just eat the chicken and enjoy it. you know. Cheer bus hour. What does the bus jump in? No, the bus jump that was done in speed was not possible. That that bus jump is the laws of physics aren't won't allow it. For one thing, because the bus is too fast. I mean, the bus is too heavy. The mass is too heavy. It won't move quick enough, and it's simply too high to safely do. If anything, I don't even know if they. I don't know if they use miniatures to do it or if they actually used a helicopter to to simulate it, going across, or who knows how they did speed to make it happen. I think they did a documentary on how they made it happen. But I can tell you for a fact that freeway was under construction, and that part was true. Where they got the freeway and they did it, and they did it where it was under construction. That part was true because that freeway was under construction at the time, and it was a very big deal when they came out with that film because it was one of the rare opportunities they had to do a freeway being under construction. In fact, the last time we had a show that featured a freeway was Chips when it was out because at that time the 210 freeway was under construction, and they had the time to use the freeway to do to use for the Chips show. They couldn't make a Chip show today unless they shut down a freeway to make it happen. And to shut down freeway in LA, they're gonna pay some serious money to make that happen. And it's just not worth it. That was probably the reason why Chips ultimately went out. Eric Estrada, he went to do his own thing. Larry Wilcox, he didn't want to do it anymore. And just the freeway. They didn't have access to the freeway anymore to do it. You don't want to be up there when the earthquake happens. Actually, to tell you the truth about that particular freeway, because it is a brand new freeway built to the newest seismic standard, when we had our last earthquake, that freeway was in operation and it came through without a hitch. What that freeway has is unlike any other freeway. It is built to the latest seismic standards. Every other freeway is built to the old standard. Um, when we have another earthquake, that section of the Interstate 10 that fell over actually near where I live now, it's gonna fall again because they built it to the old standard. But those tall structures that they have off the 105, it's not gonna fall because it's built to the newest standard, and it's built to a standard where it will roll through um, those intense shaking. In fact, that freeway, in order for it to be damaged in an earthquake, much of the city will have to be destroyed in order for that freeway to be damaged in an earthquake. That's how well built it is. Um, Let me see. You don't want to be up there when an earthquake happens. Actually, where you don't want to be on Interstate 10 when an earthquake happens. You don't want to be on any of these other older freeways when an earthquake happens. Being up there is actually okay because of how the freeway was built. So you have to remember that is one of the newest freeways in the entire country, and if those overpasses fall because of how much time it took to build them and how tall they are, they probably won't rebuild it. They'll probably just leave it down and like that. But as far as freeways goes, that freeway is one of the safest in the entire country because it was built to the absolute best earthquake standards that were developed in Japan, where they have earthquakes all the time. You got to remember also when we had our last earthquake, Interstate 10, much of it passed downtown, where La Brea, La Cienega, and La Brea, La Cienega, and Fairfax around there. It fell. It collapsed. That 105, it stayed put. It didn't go anywhere during our last earthquake. When we had the earthquake, when we had Silmar 2, I don't know what they call it now, but when that earthquake and that earthquake collapsed, and look at how far away that earthquake was. But yet we had recent earthquakes that were closer to where the 105 is, and the 105 is doing just fine. The 105 is built to the newest standard. If anything, We'll lose every other freeway in LA but that 105 before the 105 goes down because all the other freeways are built to the old standard. So that's the places go. Chick-fil-A or Popeye's chicken. Oh, I'm Chick-fil-A. I'm team Chick-fil-A all the way, man. Team Chick-fil-A all the way. Hey, let me see. Santa Monica and Westwood. Santa Monica and Westwood. Santa Monica and Westwood. That's near where Zanku Chicken is. And I tell you, if you want the best, you need to go to Zanku Chicken. They will hook you up. Um, you live near the 105 freeway. Oh yeah, so you know all about the 105 freeway. That freeway is the best engineered in the country. And if we have a major earthquake, the 105 will likely be the last freeway standing because it's the newest standing earthquake that's built to a very high standard. Um, but yeah, let me see. Have you? Oh yeah, I was assaulted on Metro. That's what happened when I was on the bus. I was assaulted. I don't know what the driver's top pay is right now. I haven't kept up with Metro since I left them. I have no idea, but I can tell you this: if you love to drive and you're a diligent driver, you can make 100 grand a year driving a bus. I've met plenty of operators that did it, and I was one of them. Um, oh yeah, sickle cell is something else, but I don't have sickle cell. My condition is called thrombophilia. Um, I have to remember. I'm starting to forget what my own condition is. I Sickle cell anemia is where the sickles the blood the red blood cells are shaped like sickles. And what happens is you'll have them because they're shaped like sickles instead of like flat plates. Sometimes that's those sickles they will accumulate and they will then clot and they'll begin to block blood flow because they will clot abnormally. See, normal blood cells, they're shaped like plates. They have like a little hollow spot in the middle and then the edges are round, so they will constantly roll over each other and they don't stick together. When a person has a sickle cell crisis, what happens is a series of those cells will clump together and they won't separate. And then blood flow is interrupted. And that's when they have certain areas of the body where if they don't get blood to that area quick enough, the cells will die because it's not getting proper oxygenation. In my particular case, I knew the name of what I have. It has a very specific name, and I and I knew it for the longest. But after years and years and years of researching what it is, I have a specific genetic disorder that is rare. But what it does, man, I literally forgot. I had this top of mind for the longest, but it's called thrombophilia, I believe it is. I think that's what it is. Thrombophilia. I have to look it up because I wrote it down. Okay, here we go. I found it. Okay, I have a problem with my F2 gene, and I wrote this down here. My blood abnormally clots. That's the problem I have. It abnormally clots. And I wrote it down. The F2 gene provides instructions for making a protein called prothrombin, also called coagulation factor 2. Coagulation factors are a group of related proteins that are essential with normal blood clotting, hemostasis. Um, f- um, Prothrombin or factor 2, which is one of, okay. Prothrombin or factor 2 is one such coagulation factor. Prothrombin deficiency, yeah, prothrombin deficiency runs in families. It's inherited, and it's very rare. Both parents must have the gene to pass the disorder on to their children. Um, it's a genetic clotting condition called thrombophilia, and that's what I have. I have thrombophilia. Prothrombin 20 prothrombin 210 mutation, also called factor 2 mutation, is a genetic condition that causes an increase in the likelihood of your blood clotting, of your blood forming. I wrote it in such a way. Basically, what I have is I have a very rare genetic mutation of my F2 gene. The F2 gene is responsible for blood clotting. In my particular case, my blood clots abnormally. What it does is it clots too aggressively. My condition is not like sickle cell anemia. Sickle cell anemia is when your blood cells are are sickle in shape. And what happens is, what's supposed to happen is your red blood cells are like plates. That's why they're called platelets. Take a plate, okay? And what is happening? One side is flat, and the corners and edges are round. And as the blood circulates through your arteries and in your veins, but in particular in your arteries, what happens is, because they're shaped where one side is flat and the edges are rounded, they are supposed to easily roll over each other as the cells travel through your arteries. The problem with sickle cells is that the sickle cells have sharp edges on them. And what will sometimes happen is, on a sharp level, these sickle cells will actually embed into the lining of the arteries or the veins. And what will happen when one of those cells, because one edge is sharp and it embeds itself into an artery or a vein, but most likely in an artery, um, they will hook on each other, and then they will clump together, and then they will form clots. And then what will happen is, a condition it's called a crisis, where you have these weird blood clots. The blood doesn't have enough oxygen. Your blood is deprived. Your cells are deprived of oxygen, and that oxygen causes cellular death in certain areas of the body. People who have sickle cell anemia, they don't live as long as people with normal plate shaped platelets, because the platelets, like a plate, they they allow the proper exchange of gases. When the red blood cell enters the lung, the arteries in the lung, the carbon dioxide from the cells passes through your lungs out into the atmosphere. You breathe in the oxygen. The cell is there, it picks up the oxygen, and it takes the oxygen to distribute it to the other cells in the rest of your body. Sickle cells don't do this normally. What they do is they will accumulate, they'll stab into the vein, they'll stab into the artery, and they'll just sit there. And then they'll clot and they'll clot and they'll build up and build up until something releases them. The situation I have is not anything like sickle cell anemia. I'm starting to forget what I actually suffer from. My goodness. Um, I can't can't believe this thing has affected me for all my life, and now I can't even remember what my problem is. But I do know that I have a problem with my F2 gene causing this situation. I have thrombophilia. I wrote it down. I'm so glad I have it. Um, my blood aggressively clots. It clots too aggressive. Um, I wrote it down. What I have is I have a disorder of the F2 gene. The F2 gene provides instructions for making a protein called prothrombin. What I suffer from, I suffer from abnormal blood clotting. In in other words, what happens is there's a certain point where your blood is supposed to clot, and in my particular case, my blood clots too aggressively. That's not the same as sickle cell anemia. Sickle cell anemia, what happens is those blood cells are shaped like sickles instead of shaped like basically plates. So a person who has sickle cell anemia, their blood cells don't transport oxygen efficiently to the blood cells. I get plenty of oxygen. The problem is my blood cells, they clot together and they don't separate like they're supposed to. It clots in the wrong spots. That's what my problem is. My blood clotting is too aggressive. A person with sickle cell anemia, they don't have proper gas exchange. So as a result, a sickle cell blood cell, it doesn't properly hold oxygen, it doesn't properly transport it, it doesn't properly release it when it gets into the cell. What will happen is that cell will embed itself because it's shaped like a sickle. It will literally stab the blood vessel and it will stay put. The blood, and then what happens is these sickles, they will accumulate on each other, and then the cells that need the oxygen won't get the oxygen, and then you go into what's called a crisis, and it is life-threatening because your body is literally being deprived of of oxygen, the area where it's supposed to go to. It happens in the wrong spot, you can die of it. In my case, I just my blood clotting is just simply too aggressive. That's my issue. And what happens is when when your blood clotting gets too aggressive, then blood flow is blocked to certain areas. To stop it in my area, you prevent the cells from sticking from clotting in the first place. So I have to take blood thinners to keep everything going. My situation is completely different than blood thinner, than the sickle cell anemia, because in my case, it's just that my blood clots too aggressively. A person with sickle cell anemia, they don't have proper gas exchange. That's the difference. Okay. Oh, David. Yeah, that's right, David. You live near the 105, the 105 and the 605, so you know exactly how that thing happens. Where do metro drivers top out at now? I don't know where the metro operators top out at now. I haven't kept up with it since I left metro. You would have to actually go to. I would tell you this is what you want to do. If you want to find out where metro operators top out at, talk to a bus operator on line 40. Line 40 is one of the lines that pays the most, and you might you might be, reach an operator who would be willing to discuss their income with you. Another way you can tell a bus operator who's making great money, look at the sunglasses they wear. If they're wearing designer sunglasses, they're making good money. Um, a bus operator will tell you, and the number one thing you want to protect as a bus operator is you want to protect your eyes because it's the most important resource you have. And you want to have good eyewear too. Yeah, you're gonna spend good money on the good stuff, But in this case, your eyesight is the most precious resource you have as far as a human being is concerned. If there was a sense I'd want to give up, I would give up everything but my eyesight. So you want to wear quality high eyewear. And in my case, I like Oakley glasses, but you'll see some operators they wear designer eyewear, but it's not for show. It's because it's to protect the most important resource you have, not only as a bus operator, but also the most important resource you have as a the most important resource you have um, as a human. Why did I bring out these batteries? I brought these batteries out for a reason. And it wasn't because I have this remote control for this Apple TV, but I'm not using this Apple TV right now. I don't even have it plugged in. Hmm, I must have. Huh. You know what? I think I had a micro mini stroke just now because I remember getting this Apple TV, and I remember getting this battery, but I don't remember why I got these out. Oh well, it's what it is. Let me see. What do you think about Uber and Lyft charging for inspections in California? Didn't they always charge for that? I think what they well, in order to get the inspection, we um, we had to go and have our inspections done independently in order for them to in order to do it. Oh, yeah, you live, yeah, David, you live near the 105 and the 605 freeway. Let's see. Start going live more often. We miss you. Hey, Money Over Fame. Thank you for that so much. I appreciate it. Have you have you been assaulted on Metro? Of course, I was assaulted on Metro. That's when I was driving on the line 40, and I was the guy pepper sprayed me, and that's what caused me to have my issues, and where ultimately they lost they terminated me for being late, and that's when everything got real ugly for me. That was, oh good, that was the beginning, that was beginning of the end for me, and how I ended up going to rideshare and trying to save this thing and going from there. Oh, hey, Jermaine, I see that. Yeah, so you understand completely about sickle cell anemia or so. My situation is completely different from sickle cell. Sickle cell is a genetic disorder that where the red blood cells are shaped in sickles, and they clump together. The problem with those sickles is that properly um, they do not properly transfer the oxygen from the blood into the cells, because of the sickle cell shape. See, what's supposed to happen is the platelets are shaped like plates. And basically, when it goes to a cell, it briefly lays on a cell, and there's a gas exchange the um, between the carbon dioxide that the cells produce, and the oxygen that the blood draws in from the atmosphere. You know, the interesting thing about this planet and our relationship to it is very fascinating. Human beings, the mammals, we all push out carbon dioxide as our waste product. Okay, but our waste is what feeds the trees. The trees, their waste is oxygen because they need carbon dioxide. The trees push out oxygen. We're breathing in what they have. This is the main reason why the rainforest is, the deforestation is a problem, because we need we need and this is why global warming is a concern too. See, this is why all of it is related. The trees absorb the excess carbon in the atmosphere. The trees, their fuel source is carbon dioxide. Their waste is oxygen. Our fuel source is oxygen. Our waste is carbon dioxide. The problem is there is too much carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. Because of that, that's causing the planet to warm up. Because the planet is getting too warm, it's causing the polar ice caps to melt. The job of the polar ice caps is to reflect the sunlight so it doesn't heat the planet up too much. But the problem now is the polar ice caps are melting, so the water is getting warmer. Because the water is getting warmer, that warm water is coming down closer to the equator where the water is already warm, but it's making already warm water even warmer. As a result, as this warm water evaporates over areas in the tropics, the Tropic of Cancer, the Tropic of Cancer, the Tropic of Cancer, and the Tropic of Capricorn, and as the planet rotates, it's causing these airs to swirl. And what happens is there's an effect. It's a word, starts with a C, I believe it is, where these warm airs, the warm air collides with the cold air and it starts to spin around. And the evaporation of this warm water that's now getting warmer than it's supposed to be, as it condenses and it becomes a cloud, it forms forms a storm. And these storms get bigger and bigger and bigger. Then you have a tropical depression that then becomes a tropical storm. And then it becomes a hurricane. And then the hurricane grows and grows and grows in intensity until it finally starts to dissipate over land. When it dissipates over land, we have tornadoes because the air has been changed. It's very fascinating. But see, a lot of people don't want to believe that global warming is real, but global warming is very real. And we are starting to pay the price for it. Because the water is getting warm, the ice caps are starting to melt. And then what it's doing, it's causing the sea level to rise to rise. What's now happening is more and more land is starting to get covered up because there is more water on the planet. It's all cumulative effect of what's going on. Because the ice caps are melting, more sunlight is actually heating up the water. Because the water is getting warm, it's evaporating and it is filling the air with more moisture that gets warm. And as a result, you now have a warm planet. That is what global warming is. The atmosphere is getting warmer. And the problem is we are now at the tipping point because all the ice is starting to melt because the surrounding air, even though it's still cold to us, it's warm enough to where it's all starting to melt, and it's going lower and lower and lower. You're saying how do we fix it? I think it's already too late. I honestly do. Reason why is because we have too many sources that's adding carbon dioxide to the atmosphere. We have more planes than ever. We have more cars than ever. Putting electric cars on the road isn't enough. Um, the planet is going to go through some changes, but the biggest risks that we're trying to deal with now is we're trying to deal with the sea level rising. This is something that should have been fixed when when the Rocky Mountains were still snowy. You know, the warnings have been put out, and quite frankly, from what I've learned from school and what I see happening in the world, um, as far as I'm concerned, it's too late. It's already done. We're already all we can do now is just reduce the mitigation of what's going to happen. I mean, consider what they're saying is going to happen here in California, in LA, and they're talking about this rainstorm that's supposed to be coming through. That's evidence right there that this whole thing is changing. So how do we fix it? I don't think we can fix it at this point. We're at the point now where it's already a problem now. I think we had our opportunity to fix this 10 years ago. We're not doing enough. Um, at this point, we just gonna have to pray for the best, and we're gonna hope that those doomsday scenarios is a fraction of what is what will actually happen. But no, it's far because here's the thing. Look at how many planes we're putting in the air every day. We're burning all the fossil fuels. What we're doing is we're adding carbon dioxide to the atmosphere. This is carbon dioxide that was trapped in the atmosphere in the ground for years. And what we are doing is we are releasing this carbon dioxide into the atmosphere every time we start our cars, every time we fly a plane, every time we ride a train, every time we burn our our um, our power plants. Look at what Los Angeles is about to face right now. We are about to have a hurricane roll through here. Think about it. I don't think it's ever been recorded that we could have a hurricane rolling through Los Angeles, but it's going to happen. As far as I'm concerned, as far how do we fix it? It's too late. It's a done deal. We could do it. We could do it with electric, but you know what? And quite frankly, it's too late. I think it's too late. It's already done. It's already finished. We should have done something. We should have done something 20 years ago. We understand how to do it now, but the fact is, if this storm is as bad as it's going, those of you who were here when we had that bad storm up in Santa Barbara, where it was completely overwhelmed or so like that. Okay, we're gonna find out in a few hours if we're gonna have something like that again in LA, because this thing is gonna be ugly. We had a major hurricane. We had what's effectively a horrible hurricane um, come through come, about to come through this city. None of us remember a time when there was a hurricane that came in Los Angeles. We have a major. This is the second largest city in the United States. one of the largest countries, one of the largest cities in North America, and one of the largest cities in the world. And we're about to have a major event that comes through here that we normally associate with the East Coast, and it's about to happen over here. We ain't ready for this. New York is ready for it. Atlanta is ready for it. The Gulf Coast is ready for it, but not LA. We ain't ready for this because we've never had anything like this before. We never have. Going electric is going to happen. And the reason why electric is going to happen is because people are going to see how much cheaper it is to own an electric car. Right now, people, but I mean, look, people are going to look and they're going to say, okay, you're getting a better deal with an electric car. All they got to do is solve the battery problem, and boom, problem solved. That's it. But when you look at all and the cost, but it's going to be to the point where okay, the only people they're gonna have electric cars are the wealthy, and broke folks is going to have to wait for the car to depreciate to get the vehicle unless they decide to lease it. But no, as far as I'm concerned, when it comes to the what is done with global warming and all like that, it's too late. It's a done deal. We've already set the planet on the course that we have asked tried to avoid. When it comes down to it, that's something that should have been done. We should have been, we as a society, except for air travel, we should have gone electric entirely 10 years ago. Solar is caught up and solar has done great, but solar still isn't enough. But it will, but the problem with solar is that solar is still expensive, and solar is still yeah, solar is still cost it's still too expensive for a lot of people. Like my mom, she recently had to replace the roof on her house, and the decision was going to be made. Does she continue with the regular roof, or does she go on ahead and invest in solar and do solar? Well, mom left that up to me and my sister. Mom put a brand new roof in the house because it needed a roof now, because the current roof was starting to fall apart. And the thing was, put in a roof now to save the house, and then it will be up to us, me and my sister, to put solar on the house when it's time to replace the roof the next time. Um, I think it's worth it to go solar because it will reduce the dependence on the fossil fuels, and battery technology will only get better as time goes on, to where now you'll be able to go solar and you'll be able to power your home as you see fit for as long as you want for whatever you need, without depending on any electricity from the grid. Technology will catch up to where we will be able to go solar. Well, everyone will have enough power to power their homes and to power their cars, and do everything they need to do, and eliminate their need on any type of fuel, fossil fuel, or hydrogen that is created with fossil fuel. But it's not there yet because it still takes too much time to recharge, and the cost is still a bit prohibitive to get involved with it. But like all technology, it takes time to develop what will fix the time issues that we have. It takes too long to recharge things with solar right now. But eventually, someone will develop the technology where solar will be able to do the job necessary, and it'll be great. It's just going to take time to get there. But the issue with solar right now is two: charging speed, charging and ability to retain and reload over and over and over again. Right now, solar doesn't move fast enough. Um, I will give Elon Musk the credit where it's due. Of if there's anyone who's been doing the most in trying to adopt electric vehicles and solar energy and alternatives to fossil fuels, it is Elon Musk. Because the fact is this: the reason why we're having the problems we're having now is because we are putting too much carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. And carbon dioxide is causing the temperature to warm. The temperature warming is causing the ice caps that normally reflect sun to um, to absorb the heat instead. That heat is causing the water to warm up. As the water warms up, it evaporates and it goes into the atmosphere, and that causes the planet to warm up. Because that causes it to warm up, it causes the ice to melt. It's a cycle that's just feeding itself, feeding itself, feeding itself. And as a result, we're getting these crazy hurricanes like we're about to get here up in LA in a few hours. I mean, this is how it is, and it's amazing. I will tell you this: I haven't seen the Tesla truck yet, but I have seen the the Hummer EV, and I love that Hummer EV. Ooh, they came. I tell you this: General Motors came correct when they did the Hummer. I will say that I saw that bad boy and I love it. I'm like, ooh, I love it. I can't wait to see the Escalade EV. And from what I can remember, what they did with the Escalade, the new Escalade that's coming out. All right. That's oh my goodness. That's a That new Escalade's a bad player. They ain't messing around. I tell you, they did it. They did that Escalade EV proper. Oh yes, they did. Yes. Um, Let me see. I saw the new Tesla truck, and I haven't seen one on the road. I saw the presentation when Elon Musk put it out, and it's different. That's for sure. It's quite bold. There's no question about it. Um, he took a page basically out of the DeLorean and made something completely different and very distinctive. And the reason why people are going to buy the vehicle is because it's distinctive and it's different. People who love the Pontiac Aztec, oh, they're gonna love that thing. There's no question about it. Um, Let me see. Look it up. Oh yeah, the Tesla Cybertruck. Look, it's unlike anything else on the road, um, and it's gonna be something when it's finally out there. Yeah, I know it's not out yet, but the production version, they I saw the presentation where when Elon does do the rock at it and the window cracked or so. But you know what? The glass did what it was supposed to do. It didn't outright shatter, burst open. It was controversial. It was embarrassing. But you know what? Um, it did what any reasonable person would hope it would do. The entire glass did not bust apart. It held the rock in place and it stayed there. I'm like, as far as I'm concerned, it did the job. It did the job right. So oh yeah, I I'm trying to just I'm trying to adjust my temperature here. It's getting a little too cold for me right now because I turned this AC on. Yeah, just turn it off. Yeah, just turn it off. It's getting cold. Let's see what else we do. Yeah, the Cybertruck. That's right. Thank you, Ron. Taryn. Hey, Taryn or Taran. Taryn or Taran. Which one do I get? Did I got Taran or Taryn? One or two. One for Taran. Taryn. Which one do I get? First way or the second way? Taryn. There you go, Taryn. Appreciate you, man. Got you. Yeah. Okay. The Mustang. Are we talking about the gas or the EV? Gas or EV? Which one? Okay, let me see. How do I say this? Between the Mustang or the well, I'll tell you this. I have to be partial to the Mustang, and the reason why is because it's still around. you know, General Motors just decided to discontinue the Camaro, and I in the later years of the Mustang, General Motors, Ford has actually done a much better job with the Mustang than GM ever did with the Camaro. Um, the last year of the Camaro was just unfortunate when it comes down to it. Um, when do you think all cars? Yeah, the gas Mustangs. Yeah, the boss, the Mustang boss, and the latest ones. They, but now the fact that they use the Mustang name and they put it on that thing they call the 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 whatever Mustang it is was not cool at all. Um, when do you think all cars will be electric? That's actually happening now, and the reason why is because look at all the vehicles that General Motors has discontinued that were gas, and they're replacing everything with with EVs. And look at what Ford is doing, and even look at Mercedes Benz and BMW. So as far as like all new cars, that's happening. And what is this thing beeping? And even when you look at what GM and the other companies are doing, um, that basically is happening now. Um, these cars are going EV because they simply have to, and they're getting cheaper. Why did this thing ring? I'm trying to figure that out. Let me go. Let's see here. Oh, it's Marco Polo. It's probably my mom because my mom loves Marco Polo. Okay, Yolancey, I'm glad you got your phone all cleared away. Uh, I went on out there and picked the peas. Yep, that's my anyway. In the greens, I had a lot of them. They need to be picked because I hate for them to go to seeds this early. Yep, that's mom. She left us to be. Let me see. Will you be doing gig work anymore? No, I won't be. I simply won't be. And the reason why is because when it comes down to it, for two reasons. Number one, I don't have the money to do it anymore. I don't have the appropriate vehicle, and no, and secondly, the risks to my well being is too high. Um, too there are too many bad people out there who want to harm drivers for 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 their unwillingness to do the right thing, which is to pay for the service when it comes down to it. So not even food delivery. I don't trust them. I simply don't trust the customers. It's one thing to say I don't trust the company, but oh, the Benz is doing great, man. I still have it. I love my 320, man. Oh, goodness gracious, I love it. It's doing great. Um, I it's still clean, still looking good. I just got to go get it washed, but it's still doing great. I do need a major service on it. I need an oil change like there's no tomorrow. My brakes are going to be going bad soon on it, so I got to get that done. Um, so yeah, Oh, okay. You're at the 105 and the 605. You're at the end, David. Okay, you're David. Okay. What do you think about Uber and Lyft charging for inspections in California? Well, that's their right. That's what they want to do. I mean, hey, they used to have it where you had to they gave you the inspections, but they were first they were doing the inspections, then you had to get the inspections from a separate company. Now they want to do that, and more than likely the reason why they're charging for the inspection is because it's actually an independent company that is doing it, and they're contracting those workers to be at the stations to do it, and it's just another way for them to make money when it comes down to it. So so it was inevitable that was going to happen. Oh yeah, the Mercedes is doing great. I need an oil change really bad. The brakes are doing well. The paint is good. The interior is good. The AC is good. The transmission is good. Um, but I'm still having the problem with the lights. The right side of my lights, my parking lights don't come on. My turn signals come on. My headlights come on, but I don't have any parking lights. So when I'm driving at night, the right side of my vehicle is black. My left side is fine. I have turn signals. That's the I got turn signals, and I think I have the brakes also, but I don't have spotlights. So at least the brake come on, and the brake lights, the backup light, and the turn signal comes on, but not the position lights as I have the lights on at night. So no, I won't even do food work either. And I thought about going back to food work, but that would require me to get a car that's fuel efficient or preferably an EV, and I wouldn't even make enough money to pay for the rental. And if I were to do it, it would be just for the fun of it, or to keep the account alive. And you know what? When everything is said and done, I don't trust the companies. I don't. So for me to put myself through the physical demands necessary to make it happen, and to and for me to labor for them when I can do better by doing something else like security work, no. I will I will continue to use the service, but when I use the service, I will tip generously. I'm a believer in tipping minimum $20. That's just me. I don't know about anybody else, but I will tip $20 um, because when everything is said and done, I just think that the whole way where they do business is completely unfair to the drivers and the workers who are keeping this thing alive. Ooh, so, but me physically doing it, no, I won't do it because it'll make me too upset. Man, I've been talking for 4 hours. I'm getting used to it. This is good. Okay, I am impressed. I am very impressed. My little 720p camera is working fine. I am very impressed. Yes. This is working. I haven't done this in a while. No, I won't even do food delivery. It's the same thing. It's wear and tear that's going to be put on my vehicle. Gas I'm gonna have to come up with. I'm not going to make enough money. And no, what I will do is I will support the driver by doing. I will be a food delivery customer, and I will make sure that the driver is tipped very well. If I choose not to go and do the chick, I'll tell you this: if you see a delivery to a Zanku chicken, or or who else, then you'll see me as a customer. But no, I'm not doing it. My my accounts for food delivery and rideshare, they are all but gone. I think I still have access to Uber, but no, I'm not doing the work because you know what? I'm gonna tell you at this point in my life, I have a bad attitude about it. No, all I can do is support the driver and give the driver a great tip. So if they ever see my order come through, they'll see it. But my thing is, I'll just get out and I'll go and I'll get it myself. Um, I think that the drivers are getting a bad deal by the companies, and I'm tired of fussing about it. So um, I won't do food. I won't do food because you can't make any money doing it. You just can't. I will spend more money doing it than I will actually making from it. And to me, that's the very definition of free labor. So I can't. Uh, how do you like Mustangs? Let's see. The gas Mustangs. Thank you for that distinction. That's good. I like the way they look. I like what Ford has done with the look of the vehicles. Um, and I will say this: when the Camaro was out, I liked the Mustang more than the Camaro. But see, that era of car before GM came out with the final version of the Camaro, before they came out with the um, the um, the Epsilon version. I think the Epsilon. The last version of the Camaro, which was absolutely phenomenal. Um, GM and Ford were both building crappy cars. I mean, this face it. They were horrible. Um, those old F body Camaros and Transams and the Trans Am and the Firebird. That's it. They looked great. They looked awesome, but they drove horrible. Those are some awful cars. And I came real close to getting a Firebird for my first, no, a Camaro. I was going to get my first new car was going to be a white Camaro Z28. Yeah, Z28. No, it was a RS because it had the V6. I didn't want the V8 because I'm like, oh, the V8 drinks up too much gas. So I was gonna get. I was gonna. There was this was this Chevy dealership in it was in Inglewood, and they had a white Chevy Camaro. I took it for a test drive, and I came so close to buying that car, and I'm like, That thing was I couldn't see either end of the of the rear end or the front end, and it had horrible performance for the V6. And then I think I test drove the smaller V8 engine, and that was just as bad as the V6. Somebody still has fireworks after all this time, because it ain't the cops. Yeah, you heard that too, huh? Let's do that. The Mercedes is doing great, man. I need a oil change real bad, but the Benz is doing the Lens is doing great too. What do you think about Uber and Lyft charging for inspections in California? Um, I really think that the inspections should be left to independent mechanics who do the job, and that we go there, but they're charging for inspections because they're using that as another revenue source. Um, because maybe what they think is going on is there are some drivers who are being fake with the inspections, so they're using the inspections as another source of revenue because they're not making the money that they were looking to make. They're trying to find a way to keep their businesses afloat. Um, okay, the 105 and the okay, yeah, you're at the end of the freeway over in there by over by not Bellflower, but I forgot what it was. Um, no, I won't even do food delivery. I won't do it. No. I like the gas Mustangs, and I really do. But you know what? I'm gonna tell you, I'm a GM guy when it comes down to it. So if I'm gonna buy something, I'm gonna buy a GM product first. That's just me. My mom has always had GM cars, and I've always liked GM cars. Um, I was hoping my first car was going to be a GM car, but actually my first car was a Honda. I had my very first car was a Honda Civic Si, and then my next car was an Acura Integra. Bought my first new car was a 1991 Acura Integra LS Special. I love that car. Ooh, I put 100 and some odd thousand miles on that car in 3 years. I drove that car everywhere. And then after that, um, I have to go back and research my records, but I think I had a beat up Toyota. But but for the longest, I was a Honda guy because I just love Hondas. But now today, I like what GM is doing now. I really do like what General Motors is doing. Um, But I will say this: if I were to buy a brand new car right now, I would be looking at another Mercedes. Um, I like the C class. The current C class is basically the new version of my E class because the C class has grown up enough to where now it's effectively a good replacement for my current E class. Um, this is the best car I've ever had. And I will say this because I had the BMW and I loved the BMW. That car was great. It was fantastic. I would love to have another 740. But that's just it. The 740 is the 740, and you got to deal with the air suspension and the added cost. I mean, the best car I ever drove was that Rolls Royce Phantom by far because it was basically a super BMW. But if somebody gave me another 7 Series, I wouldn't be mad. I keep it. I wouldn't be upset about that. Uh, but right now, my favorite car of the moment right now is still If it weren't for that air suspension, it would still be the G12 BMW 7 Series. Okay, they always say BMW aren't reliable. Is that true? You know, the car is only as reliable as how well you how well you maintain the car. The 740 that I had, I did not have any problems with that car, except for one, and it was a major problem. But most people who had that engine had the problem. I had the problem with the failed primary. Um, it was a pump for the coolant. And no, actually, it wasn't the primary cooling pump. The It was the secondary coolant pump. Um, the water pump, the secondary backup, the backup water pump failed. And when that backup water pump failed, it affected the primary water pump and the engine overheated. And even then, the car still drove on the freeway another 20 miles to get to the mechanic with no engine damage. So with my 740, I had that car was very reliable. I only than other than that water pump issue, which was really strange, I didn't have any problems with the car. Um, the car was well built. No interior issues happened with it. It was great on gas, and that was even before I started using the hybrid function. Um, I I would get another G12 7 Series in a heartbeat. Wonderful car. The only issue that I had with the vehicle was with the air suspension. The air struts went out, and you just replace the air struts and you're fine. Other than that, I didn't have any problems with the car. Other than the water pump doing this thing, and even then, it worked in limp mode for a while, and then you just simply replace the water pump, take care of that, and you're okay. And even then, the car still worked well because it wasn't even the primary water pump was working great. It was a secondary water pump that went out on the car, and that caused the engine to get hot. But even then, when it got hot, the engine didn't overheat to the point where you completely destroyed the engine. The car still took care of itself. I tell you, that G12 7 Series is a trooper. I would get another one in a heartbeat. The car was great on gas. It was it was great on gas. It looked great. It had a very good air conditioning system. It was one of the best cars I ever drove. If it wasn't for the fact that it was so big and it had the air suspension on it, I would get one and probably shoot. But see, now the odds of finding a good one will be tough because now the car is officially out of production for a while, and now you've got these big bricks they got driving around, and I'm looking at the new 7 Series, and I thought I'd like it a lot. I'm not too crazy about it. I'm like, ooh, that thing it's literally like a big old block on wheels. That's what it looks like. It's like, I thought I was excited when I saw it, but I'm like, I don't think I'm really feeling it. Now the interior is another story. Um, Reliability is relative because one thing you have to remember about these cars, these vehicles are very complicated, expensive machines that require specialized equipment to work on. These cars aren't they are not like your vehicles from the 60s and 70s. These vehicles are very sophisticated. Have I been talking for 4 hours? I can't believe it. I have been talking for 4 hours. Wow. I guess I miss I have missed y'all. I really have. Woo. When they say that BMWs are reliable, it really depends on who maintains the car. I will tell you this. What's your favorite car at the moment? That is a very good question. Because see, I love my current car. My old 2002 E320. I love that car. My favorite car right now is the car I own, which is my 2002 E320. It is perfect in so many ways. It's the perfect size. It is the performance, the audio. Really, quite frankly, my favorite car right now is what I currently own, which is my old 2002 E320. And I'm not saying that because I'm saying it because it does everything right. It is pure joy driving this car. I mean, the way it performs on the freeway, the air conditioning, the flexibility with the sound system, my seating position, the steering, the monoblade wiper, which is still the coolest thing. I love it. The look, the size, the feel, the way the steering, the brakes. I mean, I I love that car. However, my current new car, my favorite car, hmm, that's a good question. When I have to look at new car, if I had to get a new car right now, and if I had the money for it, I would look for I would look for a S560 coupe, Mercedes S560 coupe. I would get that. Ooh, you look at one of those, that Mercedes, the final year of the S560 coupe. That's what I would get. I would get me a bad two-door, black on black S560. That just sounds cool. you know, that's what I would do. Yeah, that's super hot, sexy coupe. Oh yes. Not the convertible, not the sedan, the one where you roll down all four windows and you have all that. Well, oh, I watched Picard and I loved it. My goodness, you're talking about? I already seen it, man. I got to get a new TV or a replacement TV for it. But I love Picard. Picard was great. It was they did a wonderful job with it. And I will say this: the way they brought back the Enterprise, that was awesome. Oh, that was amazing how they did it. That was cool. That was a proper send off for it. I do think they should have stretched out the last few episodes when Starfleet was taken over by when they got into the transporters and they infected all the new people. I don't like how they killed off. I think they do have a new way to come in though, because how they did Shelby, um, the way they did Shelby, I thought that was foul, and I think she lived, and they got over it. and I think it will go on. But I watched every episode of Picard they had, and I will continue to watch it if they come on. Look, I'm a serious Star Trek person. However, I have a new appreciation for Star Wars. So I like both of them. I've got Star Trek. I got what's that, Disney Plus, I think they call it, where you have where you have what's that thing called, what is it that they're doing with Disney? Is it Disney Plus? That's what it is. And you can do all the shows. Yeah, I got all these streaming services. I got to get another TV for my front end room though. I took my TV and I actually put it in my bedroom now, and I'm going to get a bigger TV up front. So my former big TV is now in my bedroom, and I'm going to get a larger TV up here for front. Um, but I will, and I'm prepared for it. I got my new Apple TV set up. I got my internet is taken care of. I'm just waiting for the TV. Um, you know what? I thought about doing TV reviews like that, but I don't think I'm gonna be all that great at it. So I say, you know what? I'll be okay. I'll be fine. I, if I do it though, I'll probably just do it for the fun of it. So let's see. Okay, let's see. Taryn Lark, Taron Lark. You got a lot of questions here, man. Okay, let's see here. Um, Money over fame. Do I like Mustangs? I will tell you, I'm a GM guy, okay? I used to the Mustang and everything is okay, but look, I'm a General Motors guy. I really am. Right now, I think General Motors is on the right track with what they're currently doing. And I just don't like the that Celestic name. I'm not crazy about it, but all the other things they're doing is spot on. When it comes to the debate. Okay, GM or Ford, I'm a GM guy. Toyota or Honda, I'm a Honda guy. BMW, Mercedes, even though I own a Mercedes, I'm a GM guy. I'm a BMW guy. I love BMWs. BMWs are awesome. Even though I own an E320 and I absolutely love my E320, and I would love to have an S class, I'm still a BMW guy. Okay, so that's it. Um, Oh, I've already watched Picard, man. I love Picard. If it says Star Trek, believe me, I've already seen all of it. It did some. I love Star Trek. Between the two, between Star Wars and Star Trek, yeah. Between Star Wars and Star Trek, I'm a Trekker. I'm a Trekkie, Trekker, Trekka, whatever name they're coming up with, trifecta, whatever it is. I'm a Star Trek person all the way. I haven't seen one of those in a while. Thank you. Yeah. So, okay. But yeah, let's see. E classes are the sweet spot for Mercedes. Yes, the E class is the sweet spot for Mercedes. And the reason why it's the sweet spot of the Mercedes is because effectively what they've done is the E class in so many ways is actually just a short wheelbase, low content, S class. There's a few things they take off of the E class that is standard on the S class. You don't get an air suspension. You don't get the super big motors. You get the smaller engines, but you get more than you get from the C class. because the C class grew out of the E class. When you look at the classic Mercedes Benzes, the 190s and the 220s, that stuff that was the core Mercedes model, and then you went into the S's, where those are the big ones with all the heavy duty fancy stuff. They built the E class, they built the 190 class that became the C class because people were looking for something that was smaller and less expensive than the E class, but still had the solidity that Mercedes was known for. And that's why the 190 was so successful when they released it, because it was literally a baby S class because it was built to the same standard as the S class. Um, the E class is sort of like its own standalone model, but if you want to truly understand where Mercedes Benz is as a company, the E class is the company you want to look at, not the S class, the E class. Because first of all, the E class, it holds its value better than the S class, because the E class doesn't have all the crazy stuff that will go bad on the S class. The S class is the top of the line, the flagship. That is the car that gets the attention because it is the prom queen, you could say, or whatever queen name they use. That is the one that's supposed to get the attention. But the E class is the one that does the work when it comes down to it. Um, Daimler Benz was built on the E class. Of all the cars they put out, the S class would be considered the most important car because that is the flagship and that is the car that represents the company. But the car that actually makes them the money is the E class. The S class just gets recognized because it's the flagship. Everything is supposed to get the attention. When people think of the United States, people think of Washington D.C. as the United States. It's the states that makes this country work. Washington D.C. is just the flagship of the country. It's the same thing. You got the S class, but at the end of the day, it's all these E classes going to work, doing the work. And the E class is the most important car because that's the car that generates the money for the company. Um, the C class is doing that more and more because the C class is more affordable, and the C class is becoming more and more like a baby E class than anything. But when they first came out, it was literally a baby S class because it was built to the same standard as the S class. And today it still is built to the same standard as the S class. But why did I take out these? I brought these out for a reason. But here they are. I don't know why, but they're here. Something is interesting because I brought out these batteries for a reason. I got this remote here for a reason. I got the Apple TV, but I have no reason to use it. Huh. All right. Let me see. E classes are the sweet spot for Mercedes. It's perfect. It is. It gives you all the size that you want, but you can take it in a daily package, and you don't have the fussiness of the air suspension, or the or the active suspension that they use, the hydro pneumatic suspension that they use on the S class also. Let me see. Let me go back and see. Did you see the Tesla semi truck? No, I didn't see the semi truck. I haven't seen it yet. Um, Let me see. One. Okay. Do you like Mustangs? I like Mustangs. I think Mustangs are cool. Um, Between the Camaro and the Mustang, the Mustang was just an easier car to deal with. The Camaro, especially towards the last, well, there was the last generation of the F body Camaros, but I will say this: when GM had the final year of the Camaros, when they had the Alpha body, that was by far one of the best cars GM ever made. I love that car. If I could handle a two-door car, I would get the Camaro now. The current Mustangs, I like them, and the Mustang will continue, unlike the Camaro, which has essentially been discontinued. And now, you know, I got this episode of of Motor Trend. It's reversed for y'all, but I'm gonna tell you, I don't know if the Camaro will do well as a four door vehicle. I don't. I mean, this vehicle, like looking, if they have something that remotely looks like this, I would be interested in buying it. However, they got to call it something else. But I don't know. People seem to have forgiven Ford for calling the Mustang Mach E. Um, Doing that, I mean, branding wise, it kind of works. But I would say this: got to give it a chance. Before it comes out, we'll see what's going to happen. But the E class is the sweet spot for it. But I'm gonna tell you something. When it comes to the E class, okay, let's do this. Um, I've watched every episode of Picard, and if Picard is coming available, if Picard, first of all, I loved Picard. I think Picard is great, and I think I've watched all the episodes of Picard, so I think they're done with Picard. But if they bring it back, I'll still keep watching it. Um, they always say BMWs aren't reliable. Is that the case? Um, I'll tell you this: my 7 Series was the best car I ever drove. It was reliable. It did what I needed it to do. It never left me stranded. Even when I had no gas in the car, it still got me where I needed to go and to a gas station. When the engine overheated, the car still kept driving, and it got me where I needed to go. Um, the BMW never left me stranded. When I had the flat tire on it in Santa Barbara, it didn't leave me stranded. The car did exactly what it was supposed to do when a car situation happened. When I had the flat tire, when the car overheated, when I was low on gas, it performed spectacularly in every situation. That 7 Series was by far the best car I ever owned, and it handled some of the worst situations I was ever involved with amazingly. I would buy another 7 Series in a heartbeat. That is knowing what's going to happen with the air suspension going bad. My only fault with the car really was the suspension. I didn't have an ideal ride with the car. It was sometimes it was too floaty, and then sometimes it was just weird. Whereas a standard coil spring suspension setup I have my E class, my current E, it's a perfect ride. I love driving my car because the ride is so wonderful. It's nice and tight and firm when I need it to be, and it's nice and supple when I want it to be. Also, it's not wallowy and wobbly like an air suspension, and it doesn't ride off fluffy like the S class does. So yeah, because I don't like fluffy riding cars. I just don't. Um, but um, but yeah, that the rear seat was very comfortable, and I loved it because I was able to sit behind myself comfortably with no problem at all. That's why that guy, I'm like, shh, please, I don't need to move the seat for you. I feel fine just like this. But that's another story. Um, oh yeah, I watch Picard all the time. If it says Star Trek, I'm going to watch it. But I will tell you this: I've got I've got Disney Plus in my on my I got Disney Plus now, and I have been catching up on Star Wars, and I have been watching all of my Star Wars, and I'm watching everything from the beginning, starting with episode. Well, no, what I did was I watched it in the right way, the way the movies were released. So yes, I started with Star Wars: A New Hope, and then I went to the greatest of them all, The Empire Strikes Back, and then I'm finishing up Return of the Jedi, and then doing that. I mean, you could watch them in episode order, but I'm watching them in release order because release order is just so much more fun. The music is better, the acting was better, especially Darth Vader. Oh my goodness, how he was is something. To watch those movies. And those one liners, and I'm trying to think of the one that get it'll come to me in a second because I'm still in the middle of watching them again right now. But I love me some Star Wars too. But I tell you how they did it. But I will say this: watching Star Wars in 4K is just amazing. It really is. Uh, my best Star Wars out of all of them. This is the one that everyone must watch. Out of every single one of them, you must watch Rogue One. Of all the Star Wars movies, that's the most important movie. Rogue One is. I mean, the way it ended is unfortunate, but it was necessary. But that one, wow. Of the because I'm watching all of them now because I've got Disney Plus, and so hey, you get to watch everything now. And I'm watching. I think where I'm at now, where am I at? I am where Yoda meets Luke Skywalker for the first time, and he just got to Dagobah, and he's about to start his training. I'm just at that point now where we're about to start everything. So I believe I think that's the Empire Strikes Back, if I'm not mistaken. But that's where I am right now, and I'm watching those today. Um, the the E class is the sweet spot of the Mercedes. In fact, when it comes to the E class, you really want to consider the E class to be a short wheelbase, low content S class because that's really what it is when it comes down to it. They took they took the S class, they made it a little smaller. They took a lot of the content out of it. They took out the air suspension. They limit the engine choices, but you still have the same features and the same look and feel. And as a result, you've got a great car. So yeah, why did I take out these batteries? I took these batteries out for a reason. Anyway, huh. I'm having a brain cramp right now. Something's not right. Something. Yeah, the E class is the perfect hot the perfect spot for Mercedes Benz, and that's why it's their most popular car because the S class goes over the top with everything. But the E-Class is effectively is reflects what Mercedes-Benz is all about. If you want to see the direction of Mercedes, you look at the E-Class. That is the car that is, because it is that car is used as a taxi cab in Germany for the most part. I mean, that's their Crown Victoria, you would say, and it is their biggest seller around the world because it gives you the most. Um, it gives you the most for the least. Even though it costs more money than a C class, it's less expensive than an S class because you don't have all the extra fluff in the S class in the E class. Um, it's also the one that is the one that is most geared to the driver the most. The C class is a great car as well too. The interesting thing about the current C class, it is now a little bigger than my E class. My E class is a 2002, and now you have what we're at 2020. What year is this? 2024, and yeah, the year is 2024. I hope this year's year 2024, or else I got a serious problem. I may have had another brain cramp. Let me see. Bear with me, y'all, for a moment here, because I need the help of a calendar. Because for some reason I don't know what year it is. I think it's 2024. I think is it 20? It should be 2024. I think it is. I know it's not 2023. uh, if it, where is the calendar at? Because I really do need the help of a calendar right now. If I am losing my brain again, it's because I just had another mini stroke. And I have been having those a little while. So I will say this: I have not had my I haven't had my medication, and I feel okay. But I will say this: occasionally, I do have mini strokes, and I think I just had another mini stroke. Sometimes I have mini strokes, and I lose track of time just by a little bit. Like it's 9 p.m. Ooh, it is 9 p.m. But also, I will forget small things or whatever, and I literally just had a mini stroke just half a second ago. It was very small, but I'm all right. I'll be fine. Um, Let me see. Oh, I've been on this thing for 5 hours. Ooh, some things don't change. Let's see here. Let's see. Let's read some of the comments. You should create a Star Trek channel doing episode revote. I think you'll get RWP fans and Trekkies. LOL. E classes are the sweet spot of Mercedes. It's perfect. Yes, money over fame. You are correct. The Mercedes Benz E Class is the sweet spot of Mercedes Benz. It has, believe it or not, it has always been the sweet spot of Mercedes Benz. Everyone thinks that it's the S Class, but no, it's not. The E Class really is. And when you look at the lineage of Mercedes cars over the years, you will realize that everything revolved around the E. Um, the S was just a special version of the car, and then the 190 came out to be a smaller version, not of the E class, but believe it or not, of the S class. But they made it as an entry level to compete more against the Mercedes one, against the BMW um, um, 3 Series because of its popularity in the United States when the pony cars weren't innovating as well as the German cars were. When the German cars started depreciating and people could afford used German cars and they started buying up up to 2002s, the BMW 2002s, and which eventually became the 3 Series. Yeah, the the E class and then the C class, but the E class is the perfect sweet spot, and it's always been that way for a very long time for many people. And what you'll notice when you look at resale values for Mercedes Benz, the E class holds its value the most. You get everything you want. You get everything you want in the S class with none of the extra stuff like the air suspension and the fancy suspension setups and the some of the more experimental things that they release to you, like the active suspension they had and the air suspension and all that stuff. And you get the important stuff in the E class, but you don't get the super important stuff. And for people that want a great daily driver without the expense of the S class, the special class, you get an E class. But see, here's the thing: the current C class is now a little bigger than my E class. So the C class is now the sweet spot car. The E class is kind of trying to find its way and what it's going to do next. And we will see when the new E class is released eventually, because there should be a new E class coming out, which is completely redesigned, that will tell us the next direction Mercedes is going into. The E is the most important car Mercedes makes because it is their biggest seller, and that car tells you the direction that Mercedes is going into. Not the S class. The E class tells you the direction of the car. Uh, Let me see. Hey, David, how's it going, man? Let's see. Oh, Jay made a message and then he retracted it. Hello, Mr. Peterson. Stay safe from the weather. Love watching your videos, just like old times. Thank you so much for that, David. I appreciate that very much. I'm trying, man. I'm trying to set out the storm we're about to have in a few hours here in LA. It's gonna come to us. We're gonna get it. We're gonna get it bad, and I'm hoping that that we all turn out okay here in LA. But unfortunately, we ain't ready for this. We're not, and I think it's gonna. I think it's gonna. I think it's gonna. It's gonna be pretty bad out here. Um, the E class, not only is it the sweet spot, the E class is their biggest seller. It's their volume car, because the E class is Mercedes Benz. The E class is the most important car because that car represents everything that the manufacturer represents. The S class is the special class, the Sonder class. That car is the one that has all the cute stuff in it. But for the people that want the car to last a long time, the E class is the car that does it. If anyone has a problem on which car they should they get a C class, should they get an E or an S class, it always falls to the E class. They're like, you know what? You get almost everything you want in an S class in a in an E class, and you get something that's bigger that can actually hold people around. The C class is for people that just don't want a big car, and they want. But see, the C class is not now starting to take that place, because the current C class is now the size of my car, and actually it's a little bigger than my car. And and for the first time, the C class is a true baby S class. That the current C class is absolutely incredible. It's impressive. So it'll be interesting to see what will happen when Mercedes comes out with the new E class, because when they come out with the new ugh, when they come out with the new E class, it's going to be something special. It truly will, because the E class is the true representative of the brand. because that car gives you what the majority of the people will buy in a package that isn't too big or too small. It's truly the sweet spot of the company. Um, do I still watch Picard? I will. I have completed watching Picard. I believe Picard is done. If they're coming out with another season, I will gladly watch it because I I love the car. Let me see. What's your favorite car at the moment? Let's see. Let me think about that. My favorite car of the moment. That's a good question. My favorite car at the moment. If I had to turn around and buy a car right now, um, the first car that comes to mind, I would get another BMW G12. I mean, that car was amazing. I loved it. It was great. I would get another BMW G12. If I couldn't get that, then if it were to be an EV, oh, if I had to get an EV, you know, I really I like that i7. I like the i7. That big old block driving down the road, but there's something magical about it. I like that i7. I mean, to me, that's the ride right there. I mean, just a big old monster block of electricity that will run you over. I, I would do the hey, Mr. Rogers, David Rogers. I appreciate you too, man. Thank you so much. Um, I would, yeah. E classes are the sweet spot for Mercedes. Yeah, for Mercedes Benz, the E class is a sweet spot. But do I still watch Picard? Oh yeah, Picard is amazing. It's great. But I'm gonna tell you, that last episode when they brought back the Enterprise D, I was really looking forward to the Enterprise E. I really wanted to see the E because my even though we all love the D, my favorite Enterprise is the E. I really wanted to see the E, but hey, we got the D. What can you say? But what they did with the last episode, where they had all the starships at the Starfleet Museum, and when they showed the Enterprise the way they did, and they brought it out, that was cool. And the fact that they spent the money to build a full size set, that was, and they only kept it for 1.5 episodes. That was that was nice. I don't know what Star Wars could do to do something that cool. I just don't know. But and get you. See, for them to, if they could have done that for a movie, yes, but to do it for a TV show and to build it the same way, that was amazing. That was amazing. You talk about some fan service, they did it right there. I don't know what Star Wars could do to make that work. I think the only thing they could do to make it work was to bring back Death Star 3. That's it. Because, hey, let's face it. I don't know what's cooler, the Death Star or the Millennium Falcon. I'm watching all the Star Wars movies now. I'm watching them in order. It's nice. I love it. But what they did with Star Trek, bringing back the Enterprise D. Woo! Yes, 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 yes. Hey, David, thank you so much, man. I'm trying to, man. So far, there's nothing happening outside. There's no rain. I was expecting to be pouring rain by now, but there's nothing outside. It's just, but I will say this though, it is unusually black outside. It's normally not that black, but it's really black outside. I mean, it's really black. Ooh, let's tell you, we gonna get it. We are gonna get it. Oh, mm, mm, mm. I don't think LA's ready for this. I honestly don't think we're ready for this. Hey, David, I appreciate that, man. Thank you. We ain't ready for we. I don't think LA's ready for this. I don't think we are. Mm-mm. This is going to change everything for LA. It really will. We. This is the calm before the storm. It is nice and cozy and comfortable, and if everyone is safe and snug and all, and and then then it will be interesting to see what happens. Because see, LA LA has not experienced anything like this. See, an earthquake, it's over with in seconds. You don't know when it's coming, but when it comes, boom, and it's done. It's over with. A couple of minutes, then you have a few aftershocks. Where this thing right here, this is an East Coast thing. This is what East Coast people deal with. This what people run away from the East Coast to get over here. LA don't know what this is. We haven't been in rainstorm where the water is literally coming straight down like it's in a bucket. We don't know what that's like. Do you hear from any old Uber drivers like the dude from Chicago? I have not heard from Geo. I haven't heard from him. I haven't heard from I haven't heard from anybody in a long time. In fact, the last driver I heard from with any consistency was Paula, and then that was it. But you got to remember, I've been offline for a while. I haven't been on my channel for a while. I've been dealing with recovering from the stroke. I've been trying to get my life back in order, and this is my first time being on the channel since I was in the hospital. So I mean, I'm able to do it because I finally have a machine that I can do this with. I got restored access to my YouTube account. I finally my Gmail account to my yeah to my Ride with Peterson Gmail account. I finally have the internet working. Um, Everything is where I need to be to actually make this happen. One of the things that was getting in the way from making this happen was I didn't have a computer to do it with. Then my phone was giving me problems. Well, I'm doing this on my computer now. I'm not doing it on the phone. I'm doing it on the computer. And I have a webcam, and I got my nice little nice little light here. And, I figure, hey, it's the calm before the storm. We gonna know what happens. So yeah, I have missed y'all too. That's why I'm here. I am here to say thank you for hanging out with me all this time. I'm nice and snug in the house. Last time y'all saw me, I was basically living in my car and going to various places to keep clean and to keep the car clean and struggling until that didn't work out anymore. And I tell you, I truly do appreciate my partners at the time. Yeah, it was rough and all like that, but when I consider the totality of everything, they were good to me, and I will be forever in their gratitude. I will be forever in gratitude to them for what they did to me. I brought out these batteries for a reason, but we'll see. Let's see what else is going on here. Yeah, you remember that, David? Yeah. Do you ever hear from any old Uber drivers like the dude from Chicago? No, I haven't heard. I haven't heard from Geo since that very last video. So I don't know what's going on with Geo. Um, Let me see. Yeah, I'm gonna do the best I can to stay safe in the weather here. What we are about to experience with this tropical storm, this hurricane coming through. Um, LA hasn't had this before. Earthquakes are earthquakes are generally it's a one and done, you know. Whereas this, we're given a lot of advance warning and preparation for it, and we won't really know what's going to happen until it happens. Um, do you have a Patreon link? I do not have a Patreon link, but I'm thinking about doing Patreon too. I mean, I do have a new computer, and I can get on do Patreon. Patreon. Remind me of what Patreon is, because I think I'm having a brain fart right now. Um, I have to look it up and see. But I still have I still have one of those things. Those payment services. The payment services, Venmo, and what's the other one? What's that other one? Venmo and Cash App. That's it. I still got those. No, I don't have PayPal. I had PayPal, but not PayPal. Um, I still have it, but I don't think it's active or so. But both Venmo and Cash App is just my first name. Whatever the symbol is, and then Ulandsey, Ulandsey. So I got those. But no, I just came online to just reconnect with everyone because y'all have been good to me. And I still watch Picard, Gerardo. I'm a big trekker. I love anything Star Trek. I'm actually going to repeat watching all the shows again. I'm big on all that stuff. I've been talking for 5 hours. Oh my goodness, this is back to old times. I guess I'm nice and comfortable here at the house. Oh my goodness, 5 hours. Yes, it's back to old times. Let's see here. Jay, you took your message away. Why? Listen to that. Jay, you took your message away. What's up, man? Come on, talk to me. Let's see here. Let me see. Not even. Yeah, I won't even do food delivery, man. I'm done. I'm done with the rideshare stuff. I won't be doing. I won't be doing. Taryn Clark. I won't be doing gig work. I won't be doing that. Um, when do you think all cars will be electric? That's a good question. Technically, technically, the cars that need to be electric are already electric. Mercedes has released uh, has a full lineup of electric cars. BMW has an electric 7 Series. Um, Cadillac has a premium electric car. The Escalade is coming out electric. I never thought that would happen, but they did. They brought back the Hummer. Um, you've got everyone now has a full lineup of cars that um, electric. Rolls Royce, they have the Spectre. I mean, they have been. That's the name that they have been saving specifically for this moment. That's when I knew, you know what? Here it is. We are in the era of electric. I do not have a Patreon machine, a Patreon link. I'm sorry. PayPal, I don't either. I right now all I have is I've got Venmo and Cash App, and those links are both just whatever the symbol is in my first name, Ulandsey, Ulandsey. But I don't have PayPal and I don't have Patreon. Um, but I will. But I tell you, when I knew electric was real was when Rolls Royce released the Spectre. That was it. It's a done deal. And then when Hummer came out with the Hummer EV and it's selling it the way they are, oh yeah, it's the real deal. I don't have PayPal. I No, I don't have PayPal. I did, but no, I don't have that. I've got I've got Venmo. I've got Zelle, and I have Cash App. That's what I've got. So, but PayPal, no, PayPal was destroyed a little bit ago during the right before the pandemic. That's a long story. Um, and no, I don't hear from any of the old drivers from the rideshare days. Um, I think the people who I did keep in contact with, like Geo. Actually, I never really was in contact with Geo like that. I was just a big supporter of his because he was really big on YouTube for a while. Um, I what? That's a bug. I had a falling out with I have a bug I gotta kill, so spare me. Bear with me while I take care of this. I had a falling out with what's his name? Um, the rideshare professor. I can't think of his name right now. I'm having a brain cramp. But I had a falling out with him. I haven't heard from Cicely. Ride Girl Drive Girl Drive. I haven't heard from her. Most of the people who were involved with Trip. I haven't heard from them since Trip, and McNulty, he passed away. So that did what it did. Forgive me for one moment. I got to get this broom. Ah, because I got a bug down here that's gonna get me, and I need to get it before it gets me. I okay, something going on down there. Okay. Whew. What else is going on? Let me see. David Rogers. I am not on Patreon. My Patreon, I use it. I do have Patreon, but it's not there yet. PayPal, I don't use that. Yeah, you did. You remembered all of that. Yeah, dude from whatchamacallit, from that was Geo. Yeah, from Chicago. He was real cool. Oh, I got Cash App. Cash App is real simple. Just use my first name. Ulandsey, Ulandsey. That's the easy one. Cash App and Venmo. It's just my first name, Ulandsey, Ulandsey. Whichever ones y'all like, those are the two. But PayPal, I don't have. PayPal is kind of a mess right now. I used to have Ride with Peterson, but I don't use that one anymore. But I just use so whatever you Cash App, Venmo, is just my first name, Ulandsey. Um, Let me see. I probably should just put it in the live video here. So let me see. I'll put that like that. That's what I should do. I should have a little sign. Put it on there and do that. I should do that. Let me see what else. Let me see. And then of course, and Zelle too. Yeah, Cash App. $sign in my name. Yeah. So do I have an index card? I should have an index card so I can write it out. That's what I should do. I should have a little sign, hold it up as people ask for it. Yeah. So yeah, but just my first name. So spell my first name, Ulandsey, and then whatever the symbol is for Venmo or Cash App. So yeah. I think Venmo is the @ I know Cash App is the $. Cash App is the $sign of my first name, Ulandsey. So you do that and you're good to go. You got me. And for all these index cards around here, I need to hold it up so y'all can see it. I didn't exactly come on here looking for money, but it's nice. Money is nice. That's for sure. I'm trying to, oh, goodness gracious. The most devastating thing that's going to happen, though, with this is we have a lot of power lines out here. We have a lot of power lines. And, the funny thing is, after this storm passes, a lot of people are going to use electricity. What do you think of autonomous rideshare vehicles? As Agent Smith said, it's inevitable. It's inevitable. They are coming. Look, every single mile that our current vehicles drive, and the better these computers get with processing information, it is only a matter of time until they come about. My Cash App is the dollar sign and my first name, ULAND as in David, SEY. So if you know how to spell my first name, you got it. You know what I need to do? I need to make a big old gigantic sign in the back and put it right here in this refrigerator and say Cash App and Venmo, and y'all will have it the whole time. But yeah, if you put it on there, you'll have it. So you know, so I put it there for you so you have it. Autonomous vehicles are going to be a reality, and autonomous rideshare vehicles will be a reality too. It is really only a matter of time because the reason why is because the kids will love them. It's as simple as that. Um, the autonomous vehicles is for the next generation of people, and the next generation of people don't have what my generation had when it was my turn to learn to drive. They don't have driver education, but what they do have is rideshare. And so we are living in a world where people don't need to learn how to drive a they don't need to learn how to drive a car anymore. And when you look at how much cars cost and what the maintenance is and the insurance, they're saying, hey, why do I need to buy a car when I can just rent a car for a couple of minutes now? You don't even have to rent a car for a day or for an hour. So Waymo is in San Francisco right now. Of course they are. Waymo used to be Uber. Remember that? That's all it is. They just infuse a whole bunch of money into them or so. But look, it's going to happen. There's no way around it. Computers are getting better and faster by the day. Look at what they're able to do with the computers that they were able to do just a few years ago. Let me give you the perfect example of that. Look at what Apple is doing with Apple Vision. They are making it so that you are able to wear this thing on your head and you have the equivalent of whatever inch TV you want it to be. It fills the entire room, but it's a thing that sits on your head. People think they know what Apple Vision is, but until they experience it, it will more than blow your mind when you see it. That was the final piece of the puzzle that Steve Jobs had for Apple. And that plan was Apple Vision was put in place by Steve Jobs, not by Tim Cook. That has Steve Jobs scribbled all over it. Telling you. Waymo is in San Francisco. Okay, so they're back and you know why they're in San Francisco? Because they finally got the clearance by the state to be there. But I'm gonna tell you something. There's also another reason why they're in San Francisco. Because of all the cities to navigate in the United States, San Francisco is the most difficult city to navigate. And if they can figure out San Francisco, they can figure out anywhere else in the country. That's why they're in San Francisco. If you've ever tried driving in San Francisco, you know what I'm talking about. It's a cakewalk driving around in LA. It's easy getting around in New York when you can get past the congestion. Other cities, the same way too. San Francisco is a whole different ball of wax because not only are you dealing with the weird ways those roads go, but you're also dealing with elevation. And elevation adds a whole new dimension to what it takes to drive around in the city. It's one thing to drive around nice and flat and all like that, but when you're dealing with elevation, oh yeah, because elevation talks to computers a little differently than flat grids do, like here in LA. LA is fairly simple to navigate when it comes down to it. Cities like Chicago and even New York are fairly simple to navigate because cities like a city like New York is fairly easy to deal with because a lot of people still walk around in New York. Um, but San Francisco is a difficult city to drive around in. Um, it would make sense there in San Francisco. They probably start in Arizona first because the streets are wider and flat, and they perfect everything, and then they eventually get up in San Francisco, and they go there. But yeah, they can make it work. I mean, it's just about getting the computer software to work or so like that. See, the problem with the autonomous vehicles now is that they want the vehicles to work without the infrastructure providing any assistance the to the process. This whole thing would already be working if they were willing to spend the money on the infrastructure also. But they're not going to do that because it's too expensive. It's way too expensive. So they'll work on the cars first because the cars are easier to do. And then they have to figure out how they're going to slowly build out the roads, so that as the roads are replaced, then they'll put in the um, the infrastructure to support autonomous vehicles. By then, the cars will already be around, and it's just a moot point of replacing the existing vehicles to be autonomous. And that's what we're going towards right now. When you look at all these vehicles that have all these driver assistance features on them, um, are you going to get a Tesla with all the tax incentives that make the price lower? I am I am not interested in a Tesla. For me to get an electric car, um I really like the what's that thing called? I like the Polestar. I I I just love that Polestar. I do. Um if it's not the Polestar, then probably a great deal on the EQS or a BMW i5 when it comes out because the i7 is too big for me now. But a great deal on one of those. But as far as a Tesla is concerned, or I tell you what, I'll get something from General Motors. I know the Blazer EV is coming out. I would like to get I like that Blazer EV. Um, so I'll probably end up getting my first EV will probably be the Blazer EV. I like it, so it's cool. I mean, I love that Hummer. That's the boss right there. Now, that's the one to get. It takes some time to charge, but hey, you know what? I think it's cool. Um, I think the Escalade EV is gonna really set it off, though. I think the Escalade EV is what's gonna do it. They will sell out of that thing the minute it is announced that people are taking pre-orders on it. It will be the fastest selling pre-owned the pre-order ever, guaranteed, no question. Folk gonna suck them things up. Woo! Mm-mm. Tesla is gonna wish they had the kind of sales that General Motors will have when they come up with that Escalade EV. Guaranteed. Mark my words. I'm telling y'all first. They're gonna do it. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it's in San Francisco. It's near the headquarters, and I tell you, and plus San Francisco has an easier grid layout than LA does. That's for sure. Um, if they're going to do it anywhere first, they should do it in San Francisco first. I agree. I agree with it. I think that's exactly who should get it and do it first. Um, Um, I don't. Oh, when you, I don't have Patreon. I don't have Patreon. Don't have it set up yet because I'm still in the middle of this computer thing, so I haven't figured it all out. Patreon. I do have Patreon, but I don't have it fully set up just right. PayPal, no. Cash App, $ my first name, um, and the other one is Venmo. So Venmo and Cash App, those are the two that I use now. Um, don't have PayPal, but I have Cash App. So yeah, just use $ my first name, and let me go from there. And I just recently reinstalled my phone, so I will get it. But let me see. Let me check. Yeah, I have to. I think I redid my phone because I was dealing with yeah, I just redid my phone because I was trying to fix my Apple ID. So yeah, and I finally fixed my primary Apple ID after years of being locked up on it like crazy. But so yeah, but the cash programs I haven't restored them yet, but they will be restored. Um, what do you think of autonomous rideshare vehicle? Um, as Agent Smith says, it's inevitable. It's inevitable. You know, I mean, come on. Didn't you see the last season of the last season of what's that show they had on HBO with the I, I I love the show. They did a great job with it. What was the name of that show? Come on, people, tell me. It was on HBO, and it was Westworld. Didn't you see the last episode of the last season of Westworld when when girl when lady got to whatchamacallit, I'm gonna get to the writer strike, actors and writer strike in a second. And she got to the real world and she took over the world. Oh yeah, I gotta hurry up and get my HBO Max back on so I could watch that because that was good. But oh yeah, we autonomous vehicles are happening. They are gonna happen. Hey, Mr. Rogers, you have a good one, David. You have a good one. Oh, let me see. Let me see. Where are you at, Mr. Rogers? Let's see what you're talking about. PayPal. I don't have PayPal. PayPal is not set up. Patreon is not done. All I have is right now the only thing that's working for me is Venmo and Cash App. Those are the two that work for me. And then there is what is it? Um, Zelle, got Zelle also. So I would have to give you my phone number or my email address to make that happen. Waymo is in San Francisco right now. It's a rumor. I wouldn't be surprised. They did do they are allowing um, for Waymo to work in the city and county of San Francisco. I know that for a fact. And they did change the rules so that they could operate in California just like they were working in Arizona as well too. So it could be. Are you going to get a Tesla with still the tax incentives that make the price lower? Um, I have changed my mind on Teslas. I loved the Tesla Model 3s and the Model S and all like that. But I really like what GM is doing with their cars. And but I tell you, if I had the money, I would just go on ahead and get an i7 and be done with it. I saw one on the freeway the other way, and I just fell in love. That big old block of a car. I love it. Oh, goodness gracious. So yeah. But hey, Mr. Rogers, thank you so much for checking me out, man. Good night and have a good one. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Um, Let me see. What do you think of the actors and the writers strike? I think it's appropriate for them to be striking for what they feel is right for them. That is a freedom that we have in this country, and you definitely want to take advantage of it. And when you look at what's happening um, with Hollywood, um, I think it's appropriate, and that's what they feel they must do. Then hey, I support the actors and writers strike. I really do because it is. It takes a lot to do what they do. We take it for granted and we think it's simple and we think it's easy to do. But you get on stage and you try to convince a bunch of people that what they're doing is real and that is compelling. And then to get someone to sit down to watch a TV program and to be invested in these characters that they do, that takes a lot of work. It really does. You might think you're just sitting there and just thinking about whatever. But I mean, come on. Could you really produce a show like Westworld? Could you really bring to life a show? Any of your favorite TV shows, when you look at what Star Wars and Star Trek and all these institutions that we have on television and what they are able to do, it requires talent. Yes, you have skill. I am a skilled writer, but I do not have the talent to bring together something that can cause someone to stop their world and spend their money on something that is not real and be emotionally invested in it to where you are able to spawn an entire industry around it where people actually spend their time and money on it. Look at what they have done with Star Wars. That is the ultimate example of just how powerful the creative arts are and how people have made fortunes off of something that is completely make believe. And it all started with someone who wrote down a few words. That's incredible. It really is. Hey, Mr. Rogers, thanks you so much. And I'll catch you next time, man. Um, as far as the actors and writers strike, I think it's appropriate that they are doing what they're doing. I support them and what they do. I support them in word. They feel they're doing what they have to do because they want a better contract. They want to share in the riches that the studios are getting off of their work, their labor. So yeah, can you get any? Can you get any EV and use the tax incentives? Um, I don't have the money to buy EV. If I did, I still qualify. But hey, between the money necessary to finance the car or to buy the vehicle, I can't get it. I just don't have it. Um, and let's say I were if I were in a position right now to get a EV, I wouldn't even know which one to start to look at. I like the Polestar. Of all of them, the Polestar is the one that seems to check off all the boxes for me. Um, the the I really do like the Tesla, but I would prefer to be in a vehicle that is not so controversial. Um, I like that. I tell you, I like that the one by the Vietnamese company, um, Vin something or Vin. Someone will know the name of the car, and I just saw it. VinFast, and I like the way it looks, and I think the VinFast will be great. I think what will happen is there are a lot of companies. Hey, good night to you, Taryn. Have a good one. Um, David Rogers, you have a good one. Good night to you, and we'll check out everybody later on next time. Um, I can get the EV and tax incentives, but see, here's the thing: in order to get the tax incentive, you still got to have the money to buy the car. you know, and I don't have the money to buy a car. The reason why I bought my Mercedes was because it was cheap enough, but I also bought it to intended for it to be my last gasoline powered car. My next vehicle, my next vehicle will be an EV. I know it will be. Even more so after everything I'm dealing with now. Waymo is in San Francisco right now. Okay, that's good. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I think one of the reasons why they're in San Francisco right now is because of the San Francisco is laid out better as a grid than Los Angeles is. LA is flat. We got a lot more cars here, but San Francisco is nice and narrow and a grid, and I think, and plus it's closer by, and they would do really well. But I will tell you, oh, Cash App is real simple. Um, Cash App, and that I'll get it immediately. Cash App works perfectly. If you do that, it's great. So let me see. Um, let me see. Are you going to get a Tesla with all the tax incentives and still make the price lower? You know, I don't know. I like the Tesla. Um, I just I just I don't know. I like the Tesla Model 3. I like the Tesla Model S. But I don't know. And then that also rests on something else. If I have the money for it, because let's face it, I don't got no money to buy a car. I wish I did. I used what I had to get the car I got now. And that was when I had that money. But and if I had to run out and get a car right now, I have for the first time ever, I have no clue what I would get. I don't know. Usually when I have a when I have a vehicle, I'm already planning on my next car. But in this case, um, I don't know what I would get. I tell you, this right here, if this Camaro EV is real, I'll get one of these. If they're serious about that and they make that real, I say okay, I'll get that. That'll work. That's beautiful. I love it. you know, um, but that's the Camaro EV. That's if they really do make it. Um, right now, the only EVs out from General Motors that I know is the Bolt and the Hummer. That's all I know. I don't know what else they have coming out, but those are the two they've got. Um, I do like the Bolt. The problem I have with the Bolt, I don't like the way the lights are. The the brake lights and the turn light signals, they're just too low in the bumper for my taste. I'm not feeling it at all. I want the lights to be where a typical driver would expect the light to be, which is up where all that fancy light is in the hatch area, not down in the bumpers. I'm worried about getting rear-ended in that car big time, and I've already been rear-ended enough times. I think having the brake lights down in the bumper is unfortunate. Um, I do like the Mustang Mach E. I think it's pretty cool. When I look at it, I mean, it's what it is when it comes down to it. Um, I do like what General Motors is doing with some of their other cars, though, are what they're doing right now. But what I do like what they're doing with Chevy in regards to the EV portfolio. And right now, the only thing that you see that they're really doing, you know, bec- because of how General Motors is moving, it looks like what they're doing is they're setting themselves up to only be two brands, um, Cadillac and Chevrolet. Those are Cadillac because that's their premium brand. They want to do that, and then Chevrolet because that's their volume brand, and that's the brand that drives is driving the company right now. They also are they also and they're breaking it off like that because you have your basic cars and then you have your premium vehicles. So you have Cadillac and Chevrolet, and then you have Chevrolet trucks and GMC trucks. Think of GMC as the Cadillac of GM trucks. And then you have Cadillac, who has an overlap with just about everything. And in the middle, you might have a few Buicks, but they got rid of Oldsmobile, they got rid of Pontiac, they got rid of Buicks, they got rid of Buick, they got rid of Cadillac. I mean, no, they got rid of Buick, they got rid of Oldsmobile. Um, and you're just dealing with all these other cars. So it's like, what to do? I do like that Cadillac Lyric. Um, that's that is nice. I like it. So If I were to run out and get an electric vehicle right now, um, I mean, I like the Polestar. I like that, and I do like the Lyric. So we'll see. That's that. So see how it goes. Other than that, I'm doing okay. Doing okay. Well, let me see. I've only got four folk left. I have been on this for 6 hours. I think this is a pretty good restart of everything. So let me see. What do you think of the actors and writer strike? I think what they're asking for is more than fair. I think it's right. So I think what they're doing is correct, and they're fighting for what's best for them. So I wish them all the best. Um, no, I have no plans on getting a Tesla. I'm probably going to end up going with a different brand when it's my time to get another car. Let me see. Can you get any EV and use the tax incentive? Right now, I can. What do you think of the actors and writers strike? I think it's a good idea. The fact that the actors are joined in with them is very fascinating. This is my first time hearing about that. But hey, AI is taking over the world. They need to take care of that. So I support the actors and the writers. Um, I think it's only fair that they make money instead of the studios making everything. I mean, come on, you gotta do something. Getting tired. Good night. Hey, Mr. Rogers, you have a good one, man. Thank you so much for checking me out. I appreciate you so much. All right, everybody. Let's see. It is 10:22. Wait a second. Now here is saying it's 10:22. They're saying 10:05. What time is it? Why is my computer wrong? Oh, this is fascinating. Okay, well it's 10:06. All right, everybody. I guess I'm gonna shut it down now. I want to thank y'all so much for hanging out with a dude. I appreciate it. I've been doing this for 6 hours. Wow. I'm back in good form. All right, everybody. Have a good one. I will catch y'all next time. And I thank you so much, Taran. I thank you so much for that. Appreciate you, man. I will catch you all next time. Have a good one. Be safe. And I will be back when the hurricane passes LA. I will be back and let y'all know how it goes. Take care.